Good morning, everyone. Give me 1 second. We're finishing up one thing. We'll be good to go. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. I am Kelly Rose. This is live severe weather coverage. And we are getting started hot with 6 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Here's a look at 3 of them here in North and South Dakota. I got one thing to do before we start finalizing everything here. we're going to start with this one, heading towards Bismarck, North Dakota. And this does have indication of a little bit of hail, and at maximum expected hail size is about 1.48 on this storm, so that's getting pretty high there. Okay, let's share it over. So let's go and take a look here using my drawing tools. So we're watching these storms here as they congeal into a line. And this line could produce 80-90 mile per hour winds today. Again, I am so sorry yesterday didn't go to plan as well. Alright, let's go over synoptics right after we get through going over this view here. We also have this storm here near Beloua, Hazen, and Riverdale that we are tracking. This is considerable. Moving down the line to Kansas, we have multiple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here, including this one up here for 70 mile per hour winds and virtually no hail. And coming towards Oberlin, where behind this we do have indications of around 50-60 mile per hour winds. Behind though, gust front here, and this is bringing that wind into the area. Moving to Dodge City radar. It's going to take us a while to get all of our radars in check. We have this storm here with maximum expected hail size of over 2 inches and 60 mile per hour winds. We're looking at about 2.59 inch hail size from mesh, or maximum expected size of hail. Maximum expected hail size. Nothing too insane at this time. Moving off to Tennessee, we have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning as the storm rolled through Nashville, Tennessee, Smyrna, Murfreesboro, Christina, Woodbury, Auburntown. You guys are in this warning, so stay away from windows. This is for 70 mile per hour winds and penny-sized hail. We are stocked up on water. Alright everyone, stream started a little bit rough. Here we go. Today is June 9th. Current time is 5:28 Central, 6:28 Eastern Daylight Time. 4:28 Mountain Daylight Time. So let's go over today's severe weather risks using the Weatherfront app. probably doesn't look the best to you guys. Alright, here we go. We are currently looking at this very expansive 3 out of 5 risk extending from the border of Canada all the way down to the Oklahoma Panhandle, including Guyman, Oklahoma. So this is being driven by your wind risk here. But as we go north, we see this a very expansive 45% risk. Now, I do expect winds above 75 miles per hour, and that again is why we have this SIG 1 in place here, denoted by the black outline here. But we also have a tornado risk in this area. A very small chance of tornadoes, in my opinion, but still high enough for a 10% SIG 1. So a tornado could be strong in the area. But going back to wind here, this is where we expect your damaging wind to be. We're going to be covering this from Dakota, from here to probably close to Morris, up towards Angle Inlet, which we should just give to Canada. I'm sorry about that. But this enhanced risk goes all the way through Sioux Falls. And that follows this red 30% wind risk going into Kearney, Garden City, Guyman, Oklahoma. And anywhere in this area could experience winds higher than 75 miles per hour. I do think that this area here could see again a SIG 2 risk upgrade at the next day 1 risk. Somewhere in here getting that SIG 2 risk, which would introduce a moderate risk. But moving from that, we also have hail to worry about today, coming from Minot down to Bismarck to Peoria, Aberdeen, down here into O'Neill, near North Platte, Nebraska. We're going to be watching this area really closely as well. And then another stream is expected tomorrow. So again, we're coming right back at you tomorrow for more severe weather coverage. Here, taking a look from Minneapolis to Appleton, Milwaukee, Chicago, Davenport, near Des Moines, and Duluth. This is being driven by multiple things. First, you have a 10% tornado risk. I think the tornado risk is higher on Wednesday than it is today, Tuesday. Yeah, give us a sec. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Coming here. We do have that small risk for La Crosse, Cedar Rapids, WQ, Rochester, and Eau Claire. But we also have a much larger wind risk. I would not be surprised if we see another introducence of 45 somewhere in this area here. I would not be surprised to kind of see the 45 introduced and this expanded just a little bit. This is for areas like Chicago, Davenport, Milwaukee, Appleton, Eau Claire, Davenport, Peoria, excuse me. And then your hail risk is the other portion of this being an enhanced driven risk for Minneapolis, Duluth, Davenport, and near Des Moines. Now, this is going to be on the east side of Des Moines where we see the worst impacts and the worst threats coming from storms on Wednesday, tomorrow. And then another day of severe weather on Thursday with a potential live stream. I may have some stuff I have to do personally, which would prohibit a stream from being able to occur. But we will try our best to keep you guys updated. In this area, when you get to day 3, you're not seeing your tornado wind and hail risks. You're seeing what we call our probabilistic risk. And in here we have this 30% seg1, which I can only think is being driven by wind, hail, and possibly tornadoes. And then you have your seg1, which again, 75 mile per hour, 2-inch hail, and EF2s are possible in this area. Friday, we have another severe weather risk, which may warrant a live stream, extending from New York to Pittsburgh, all the way to Buffalo, Toronto, Burlington, to Roanoke, even into portions of Kentucky, and then again another severe weather risk for Kansas, Nebraska, Missouri, and parts of Iowa for Saturday. So we have an active stretch here ahead. I also want to bring in our Canadian weather here, where we do have an extreme risk of severe weather today. This is not meant to hype up. This is what the Environmental Canada has issued, which is an extreme risk from Winnipeg all the way into portions of Saskatchewan, I think. And that is in correlation, again, with your portion of your enhanced risk. This is our level 3 out of, this is our level 5 out of 5 here. For sake, I say 4 out of 5. This is equivalent to a United States 4 out of 5. And so this area could see 110 kilometer to 130 kilometer winds, tornadoes, and baseball-sized hail is all possible here today in this area, especially in that circled area, including Brandon. So again, we're watching the severe weather risk there too, but it's not our main focus. Coming up to North Dakota, we'll take a look at Canada in just a second. We don't have anything that works. So if you guys are wondering, that's exactly how all of our graphics come together. The taste of Dr. Pepper, which we will be drinking a lot of. This storm has died off significantly. You can kind of see that hail has died considerably from what it was. So I do expect them to drop the considerable tag and go base with this severe thunderstorm warning. I don't see any crazy wind. I do see about 40, 50 mile per hour wind in it. And then coming up here to the White Shield Balula area, Hazen as well. Watching this storm with maximum expected hail size around 1.36, which is better than what we have been seeing. Alright, going down to Kansas. We're going to zoom in here on Dodge City, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a regular base severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, that tells me what I need to know. This is coming towards you guys, and we do have a gust front here. We do have a gust front there from the storm producing those winds, which is really good. What is this? We're watching this considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well for 70 mile per hour winds and golf ball sized hail. This severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:45 Central Daylight Time. This is where we were seeing some of those higher winds. Could have definitely had a tornado warning. Okay, moving to Tennessee here. Here's Tennessee. Sorry guys. So we have, I don't know if you guys see all the tabs. We have Goodland National Weather Service, Goodland Radar, Cheyenne Radar, Bismarck Radar, Rapid City Radar, Dodge City Radar, North Platte Radar, Minot, North Dakota Radar, Nashville, Tennessee Radar, and Cannon AFB New Mexico radars. All up. And so it takes a little bit to me get used to kind of the setup that we really have there. We do have reports of public reporting the thunderstorm wind damage, fence, trees down, lightweight furniture strewn about. And on radar, we're seeing the very high velocity readings coming from this storm here. Kind of in this area. With some of your higher winds occurring right here. Inside what I'm going to call the oven mitt. And so we're going to watch this area because you could be seeing 70, 75 mile per hour in this. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for McMinnville, Morrison, Winchester, Manchester, Viola, Hillsborough, and Tullahoma. Here for this storm, where we do have 70 mile per hour wind gusts and less than penny-sized hail, which is definitely really good. Okay, so I have fixed this screen here. This is not the permanent look that this will have. This is temporary because I made a mistake. and I don't know how to fix it. So we're going to have a primary focus here with this damaging wind. I'm sorry about that. We're seeing very high readings here. I doubt that half of these are really that high. But again, you could be seeing 75, possibly close to 80, kind of in this area here. And this is the area we're watching as it comes to Beech Grove, Summitville, Morrison, even Centertown. It's going to be close to you guys. Bell Buckle. We're watching that area particularly crazily. Moving back to North Dakota here. Kind of want to bring both of these in. So I want to bring both of these into view for you guys. We're watching these two storms. These are your only other considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which I think this other one near Carson, or at the bottom of your screen. And this is the area we're watching extremely closely. We did see that hail kind of spike up. Sorry, I'm trying to go to, sorry, I'm trying to go to Echo Tops. So, this product right here, you will see me use quite often. Even very briefly like that. This is Echo Tops. So, when you get into the orange, you're at 40,000 feet. When you get into the reds, you're at 50, and pinks are 60. Yellows, dark yellows, are 30,000 feet. And then your like light blues are your green blues, your greenish blues, or your bluish greens, whatever, are 20, and then your blues are 10 to 20. So this is that where we look, okay, how high are we seeing DBZs? So how high are we looking at precipitation greater than, I think it's 18 decibels, it might be 10 decibels here. And when you're seeing it up that high, this is a really big storm. We're going to take a look here at College of DuPage satellite. And not mesoscale localized. And here are your two storms right now. You can see how they kind of build up here. And here's where we are right now. Notice how your wind is kind of streaming more this way. Want to bring this into view. Notice how it's kind of streaming more like this. That's generally unsupportive of tornadoes. But you can have tornadoes, especially when you have more winds like this, because that feeds into your storm better. These are really big supercells. We can take a look here at what we call infrared. You can see the reds in there. We will also turn on radar for you guys. Just kind of see how it blows up there. And that's kind of an analytical standpoint as well. Come back south where we're starting to really see this develop a really nasty hail core here. We're looking at 1.4 inches estimated by radar. Up at approximately, let's see, 4,000 feet. So you may not be seeing exactly that much, but you are seeing some hail. That is going to be a nasty hail core for anyone in the path of it. Let's go back to Tennessee where we're watching this really intense wind core move through. Not anything too crazy coming out of Nashville, but we did see a real explosion here. And this is what we call a, I'd say bow echo. But your winds are kind of dying off in the storm as that's what we call a downburst. So it was a really quick, and you can see 70, sometimes 80 mile per hour winds in those. And that's kind of what we saw here is a very brief So we're, again, more damage. Multiple trees down in the Stone east of neighborhood with possible shingles coming off of homes. That would fit what we're estimating. Let's go back to radar. Kind of got a brunt force here by 70 mile per hour winds. Looks like around 68 mile per hour winds. Hey, you may be looking at that and saying, well, that said 77. That's also at 1,000 feet, so that's close to 70 actually. Never mind. I was wrong. That's close to 70. But when you're higher up in the atmosphere, your winds are ultimately going to be higher up here. But you got to translate that to the ground. So we kind of subtract a few to account for that, and then your damage here kind of confirming probably around 65 mile per hour winds there. And these are the only considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So let's go to Dakota here. The Dakotas were both have been dropped, but would not surprise me again if we see this one down here really start picking up intensity. I'm going to take a look at mesoanalysis on this storm here. We are seeing some signs that it's trying to pop off some rotation. It's going to have to overcome a couple issues, but the storm can ultimately do it if it tries. And this is the area where we do expect your greatest wind threat to be. This is close to Cape is, so Cape is. And we're going to bring you guys back to Tennessee here, where we're tracking a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. In this area, where we're watching an area, a swath here of 70 mile per hour winds moving close to Summitville, Manchester, Morrison, Viola. You guys are also in the path of where we're seeing your greatest winds. We do have multiple reports of damage on the backside of this as well. Public reports thunderstorm wind damage, fence down, trees down, lightweight furniture strung about. Also, a sheet metal barn roof is gone. That's probably close to 65, depending on how it was installed. 65, 75 mile per hour winds. Possibly a little bit higher. Alright, so this is the environment our storms in North Dakota are working with. Not overall the best in terms of tornado, but it is elongated. It does look good. We're going to take the 3D photograph here. So that's the environment that storm's working with, and they have downgraded to a base severe thunderstorm warning here for Morrison and Viola, which is really good news here. Coming back to Dakota, we're seeing it trying to wrap up, but I have my doubts. Yeah, these are tall storms. We're looking at close to 45, 50,000 feet in the air. We no longer have any considerable severe thunderstorm warnings here, but we are underway with rapid storm development. If these storms can stay discreet through about 7 o'clock, I could see a window of strong, maybe intense tornado genesis. I'm not going to fully say, but intense tornado genesis is possible. If you can get these storms to stay discreet, and it doesn't look like they do for very long, you may have about a 2-hour window. We have a new tornado watch that was issued at 5:45, so let's go ahead and bring that up here. To switch that. So let's go and bring in this new tornado watch. Then we're going to take a whole overview on our watches. We're looking at 70 dBz with this storm. So your hail is starting to grow in size. It's starting to become more plentiful. We're starting to see plentiful amounts of hail. We're now starting to reach where radar's starting to think we're seeing 2-inch hail, which would cross what we call a considerable threshold, which is 1.75-inch hail. Alright, let's go and bring in this graphic from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center. This is your new tornado watch that does include parts of Valentine, O'Neill, North Platte, Grand Island, Hastings, Lexington, and Holdridge. We're going to watch this area really closely. A couple strong tornadoes are possible. Scattered hail to softball sized. And again, scattered gusts to 80, I would say a little bit higher at 90. So your probabilities for this are probability of 2 or more tornadoes at 50% and probability of 1 or more strong tornadoes at 30. That may seem low, but 30% is moderately high in terms of tornadoes. Your probability of 10 or more severe wind reports is moderate at 50, and the probability of 75 mile per hour winds is at 50 as well. And then same thing for hail greater than 2 inches is at 50, and then 10 or more severe hail reports at 50. And let's go and take a look at this area's radar. So that'll be North Platte, where we're starting to see storms enter that watch. Let's go and bring in the watch on GR2 Analyst. Here you go. This is your watch and radar, and we're starting to see our severe warnings enter this area. Alright, now I want to bring in our all of our watches here. Which we are gonna, I think, go to Manitoba here. No, we're not. We're gonna bring in this weather front in just a second. Bring in this in just 1 second so we can go over our watches. Okay, here we go. This is a list of all your watches. You have our tornado watches, which we're going to start with. We're going to bring in National Radar, LRMS, multi-radar, multi-system. Yes. We're watching storms in the Dakotas as we do have this tornado watch, which will be shown in just a second. This tornado watch has been in play for a little bit now. This now goes until 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time, 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. And this tornado watch goes all the way to your Nebraska-Dakota border, Nebraska-South Dakota border, all the way to Williston, North Dakota, to the Canadian border. Coming south, this is your, again, new tornado watch. We're going to go over South Dakota and North Dakota cities in just a second. North Platte, Mullen, Valentine, O'Neill, and Kearney. This severe thunderstorm watch goes in effect until 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. Central Mountain Daylight Time. And then the towns of Lehman, Mobridge, Gettysburg, Pierre, Winter, Dupree, you guys are under the tornado watch in South Dakota until 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, 12 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And then North Dakota, Williston, Portal, Sherwood, Minot, Rugby, Carrington, Jamestown, Bismarck, Linton, Mott, and Dickinson, you guys are under this tornado watch again until 11 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time, and then midnight Central Daylight Time. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We'll get to that in just a second. It'll be on our Nebraska storm, so probably this one. And we also have these two severe thunderstorm watches. Your one that is more highlighted, kind of has bigger highlights, is in effect until 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this does have the potential for 75 mile per hour winds, which we are again developing another portion behind these storms as well. And then we have this new severe thunderstorm watch kind of for Dodge City, Salina, Hayes, and Concordia until midnight Central Daylight Time, again for 60 mile per hour winds, 60 to 75 mile per hour winds, maybe some 2-inch hail associated with these storms. Alright, now we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. What radar do y'all want me to use? Probably Rapid City. Photo weird demon flirtation. Okay. So we're looking here at this considerable severe thunderstorm warning because of a report by the ASOS in Dawes, northeast, Nebraska, of 72 mile per hour winds, which is the reason we have this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And we're watching this area really, really, really closely. As well. So our main risk, again, up here in North Dakota, we're just looking at a nasty hail core starting to develop. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen the upgrade to considerable on either of these. not seeing too much in the way of damaging wind in these as well. We do have, again, potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I would say especially in a localized areas where you could see what we call downdrafts, not downdrafts, downbursts, which is kind of a collapse in the storm, which will bring in sudden gusts of 60, 70 mile per hour winds. So these are our storms that we are watching really closely, and we still again have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings in Nebraska, kind of near Chadron, Hay Springs, Rushville, Clinton, and Whiteley, which we are going to be watching again really closely. I say again because that's what it is. We've covered this area a couple times, and here we are covering it again. We are up to 22 severe thunderstorm warnings. These two considerable, and then we have a whole list of severe thunderstorm warnings all the way down. I need to probably update that. Sorry guys if I'm not fully updating things that you see on screen at all times. There's a lot we're focusing on right now. Again, I have to go through. We have a new report of 73 mile per hour wind. So we're still seeing I think that storm kind of collapsed on itself and is produced a downdraft. Not a downdraft. That's what happens when you run low on sleep. Producing 75 mile per hour downdraft. No. Well, I didn't forget the name. I'll remember it when it's not relevant. Coming back south, where we are tracking 60 mile per hour wind potential here coming into Morrison, where we do have a new North Dakota considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Mercer Ward. Okay, so this severe thunderstorm warning here that we are looking at now just got an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. One of these two. Oh, they issued a new warning. Okay. I was trying to figure out why it said Ward. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for 1.5 inch hail. So 1.5 inch hail. Or ping pong ball size and 70 mile per hour winds. and both of which are going to be radar indicated here. We're going to bring in our BMX radar, MBX. So I'm used to BMX. This is the radar measuring those winds. Okay. Multiple pockets in here where we are seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds. So, again, going to be something we watch really closely. So, and sorry about that, everyone. Before we get really too crazy, we are going to have dinner probably around 6:30. So we will have multiple live streams again throughout this week. Tomorrow and Thursday are probable. Friday is possible. Saturday is unlikely, as I will probably be chasing. All chasing is on my Facebook because I don't have really good graphics right now, and I'm testing a few different things. So that's kind of where I do a lot of local chasing too. And again, this is the area that we were just tracking 2 days ago, where we had 98. I'm going to guess over 100-mile-per-hour winds. So again, these areas are being impacted by 70s, which is not as bad, but it's still pretty bad. Alright, let's move back to our radar in Rapid City to our other considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Kind of watching this line, and we don't have much detail because you're looking again at the northern tip of the warning, 64,000 feet. At the bottom of the warning, 9,891 feet. And so you're not getting the best views from this. Moving back to Dodge City, where we are seeing severe thunderstorms impact portion here. Starting kind of near Hayes and Ellis, and then we're going to go up, kind of do tracks around so we can go over all of our warnings, because we have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings. A lot of warnings. KAMA. I know I have AMA pulled up. I know I have AMA pulled up. Now those storms aren't doing anything right now, so we're gonna pull AMA on that radar here. And the back. Amarillo. Yeah, I guess I don't have an Amarillo radar pulled. So we're going to go to this severe thunderstorm warning here. Is AMA really down? Let me check. Check my radar scope. Is AMA actually down right now? AMA is down. AMA is down. Oh, okay. So, instead of looking at 5,000 feet, we're looking at 9 and 16. 6 and 16,000 feet for this severe thunderstorm warning. So we're not going to really do much casting on this storm because we're looking really high. The problem with looking really high in a storm, sometimes those high angles give you early lead time to tornado warnings. I'm not going to say they don't. But when you're looking really high in a severe thunderstorm warning, this is why we want AMA. This helps us kind of see the wind better. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning here near south of Ken. That is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, we don't really have the best. The storm should stay south of Ken. Alright, moving back up. Dodge City, yes. I had to look for the radar we were going to use. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning for Dodge City, north Dodge City, but including Dodge City, Spearville, Kinsley, Burdett, Jetmore, and Hanston. And this is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized tail. You do have multiple pockets in here of 60-mile-per-hour, especially kind of here on your northern, and then right here we do have that pocket there of 60-mile-per-hour winds, and maybe some here where we did have that again, a 67-mile-per-hour wind report. And as we move north towards this storm, this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and less than penny-sized tail. Your biggest wind is, again, right here with this severe thunderstorm. I wouldn't be surprised if they can extend it south or issue a new warning for it. Coming up towards Hayes, Victoria, Russell, Galata, La Crosse, Otis, Hoisington. As in those areas, that's where we're looking at our next impacts. Moving up to UEX radar. Do we seriously not have UEX? I know we do. We have UDX. Alright, we're moving Goodland radar. Goodland doesn't matter right now. Sorry about that. I definitely thought we had the radar that we wanted. While we're here, let's go back to Tennessee and look at this severe thunderstorm warning, where we now have 17 severe thunderstorm warnings, 3 of which are considerable. We're watching this area with your highest winds of around 60 miles per hour That could bring down a few shingles, knock down trash cans, throw outdoor furniture, maybe a chair or something a little bit. May tip over your trampoline, but nothing too insane. You still want to be away from outer walls because trees can come down, and not a lot of hail within the storm. Maybe half-inch hail, but nothing that is life-threatening. Alright, moving back to Hastings radar. We're watching this storm that's going through Prairieville and about to impact Phillipsburg. Gonna be south of Long Island for a little bit. You probably have around 7 minutes in Long Island, Nebraska Kansas, wow. To really be ready for the storm, which could be bringing around 60 mile per hour winds, which are being estimated by radar at about 5,000 feet, so probably around 55 mile per hour. And then another area of damaging wind coming into Phillipsburg on the north side. And some large hail kind of being depicted by radar. We're at 1.5-inch hail. And on the warning says 1 inch, but we're looking at 1.5 inch. Kind of based off of radar estimates. It's a very nasty hail core that just went through West Prairieville. It should go to the east of Long Island. East Prairieville, excuse me. I do get those mixed up from time to time. Moving north to LNX radar. I didn't know I have this one up. These severe thunderstorm warnings here for Oshkosh, Llewellyn, go until 5:45 Mountain Daylight Time. Current time is 5:26 Mountain Daylight Time, 6:26 Central Daylight Time. And this is for 1-inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. Your storm has kind of weakened just a tad bit. We still have echo tops around 43,000 feet, so that's how high at least 18 dBz, which is what we use to measure precipitation on reflectivity. That's how high we're seeing that 18 dBz precip. So very high storm base here. This is coming up towards the northeast. So, Whitman, you guys are in the line of fire as well. Arthur, you guys could see some impacts. Moving further north to UDUX radar somehow, which is our Rapid City radar, to this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota, which we will get to in just a minute. We're watching this area for 70 mile per hour winds. We did have a report of, again, 72 and 73 mile per hour. I do expect them to drop this down to base as it moves towards Rushville, Clinton. This is a radar dead spot. We're at 9,000 feet, so. Now I'm moving to Bismarck, North Dakota, I think. No, we got one warning in South Dakota. We're watching this small supercell here. I'm going to call it a supercell, it is spinning a little bit. Non-tornadic spinning at this time, but could produce tornadoes later in its life cycle if it can stay discreet. And that's the thing with a lot of these storms in North Dakota. If they can just stay discreet till probably 7, 8, 9, you can see that damaging wind take play here. This is coming towards McIntosh and Watauga, South Dakota, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 Mountain Daylight Time. A severe thunderstorm was located 13 miles west of Black Horse, or 27 miles west of Bullhead, moving northeast at 35 mile per hour. So this looks to kind of get a radar track here. It looks to possibly split or hit western McIntosh and eastern Watauga. Sorry, I'm thinking of Watauga, Oklahoma. So in those areas. And you can see a small hail core within this cell here. It's a small cell right now, but we do have that small hail core. Again, take into effect you're looking 7,000 feet. We're also watching this storm that did have a severe thunderstorm warning, but it died off temporarily, and it looks to be picking back steam. So we're watching this really closely as well. Moving to the north, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for 1.75 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind, so golf ball sized hail. And this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 7:15 Central Daylight Time or 6:15 Mountain Daylight Time. It is currently 6:30 Central. And so this severe thunderstorm warning in Holiday has a really nasty hail core. I would not want to take part in that, even as a storm chaser. Going south of Dodge. Going north of Dodge, excuse me. We did have multiple instances of 77 dBz. That is a very intense hail core coming from that storm. That is really intense. We did have a 75 mile per hour wind gust around 13-14 minutes ago, so we had a severe gust. We have multiple reports of gusts, so let's go up to our Minot radar and kind of zoom in here, where we do have this kind of big, considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Max, Minot, Berthold, Plaza, Belden, Douglas. Again, we are watching multiple areas. We're looking at 3,000 feet, and we're seeing 91 mile per hour wind readings on radar, which is probably close to 80 something. That's at 3,000 feet. So we're still watching this storm really closely right now, as we do have a pocket of really kind of just went through Riverdale, so I do expect a little bit of damage in Riverdale that just occurred. And this 75 mile per hour wind gust kind of confirms my thoughts almost. I mean, it's being really consistent. You got some hail with it as well, so again, hail coming in at you at 75 mile per hour is not going to be fun. That's not a fun experience. So if you are kind of in towards the Max Benedict area, you guys need to be away from windows, away from outer walls, kind of have a helmet on or something as this hailstorm comes over you. Let's go ahead and get a storm track here for the hail. It's actually good. This is going to go close to Russo in about 30 minutes or so. So if this hail core can keep its steam, which it can, the question is, does it without mergers and stuff? And this is a storm we're kind of keeping close eyes on as well for the potential of 80-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a considerable flash flood warning in Tennessee, so we're going to take a look at that. Your rain has ended in the area. We do have a report of public reporting water over Slater's Creek Road in Millersville. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for White House, Tennessee. We are now back to 20 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is a lot of warnings. Kind of going back up to our Bismarck radar. Then we're going to go to Kansas again. We're watching the storm over McIntosh, near Watauga, over Watauga, near McIntosh. Sorry. Wow. I don't know what's getting into me. So there we go. They are deciding to drop the severe thunderstorm warning here. That expires at 45 and going to replace it with a special weather statement. Strong thunderstorm will impact Pawnee, Southern Rush, and northeastern Edwards counties through 7 p.m. Central Daylight Time. The max wind gust is 55 mile per hour. Storm motion is at 264 degrees at 44 knots. 49er. And we just had this a new severe thunderstorm warning for an hour and 7 minutes. This goes until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. And this does include Paradise, Luray, Lucas, Russell, Suzank, Hosington, Claflin, Galata, Galata, something I cannot pronounce names. Locations impacted include Great Bend, Russell, Hosington, Ellenwood, Claflin, Lewis, Gorham, Pawnee Rock, Luray, Albert, Olitz, Millburger, Bunker Hill, Paradise, Suzank, Waldo. I found Waldo, guys. Great Bend Airport and Russell Airport. I found Waldo, guys. That's shenanigans you'll see on stream often. We're kind of watching this leading edge here for a lot of your wind. Some of your strongest wind is really along that leading edge here. Kind of right in that area. It's updating again. We do have reports of the Davis Weather Link station getting a 61 mile per hour wind report as of 8 minutes ago. Shows about right here, so that does make sense for the highest wind readings here. Kind of moving up to our UEX radar, or KUEX. Thankfully, we've only had tornado warnings in Michigan today. We're watching this cluster of storms, excuse me, heading towards Oxford, where we did again have a 52 mile per hour wind report, and we do have a small hail core. And 60 mile per hour wind possible. So 1 inch hail and 60 mile per hour winds. We're looking at Long Island, where we do have multiple wind reports coming in from the last 10 minutes or so. 64, 63, 60. And then we have, again, reports coming in as of 4 minutes ago of 64 mile per hour winds. And these are in your pockets here of higher damaging winds. Sorry. So in this area here, we are seeing your higher wind readings. We should probably use a different color. So we are seeing the potential for higher wind here in this Black Island area, and it's going towards Huntley and Reagan, Alma as well. So kind of be indoors, away from your window, away from windows. That'll help you a lot. I'm going to get as a estimate here. 1,000 miles of watches in the United States. From the border of Canada, a little bit more into Canada because there is a tornado watch there, all the way to House, New Mexico. A lot of counties there and a lot of cities, especially small cities, in these watches today. And that kind of shows how expansive our risk is of severe weather. And then we have another area that we are watching extremely closely. I want to go back. We just had a radar update here on this storm. Ooh. We might start getting some higher winds up towards Mascot. Looks like some winds just impacted Alma. So again, we are now at 25 severe thunderstorm warnings. Whew, that is a lot of warnings, I will say that much. And we also have a little bit of hail here. Ignore that. That is possibly something to watch. I do have a little bit of rotation there on this cell. We might be seeing that trying to wrap up here as well. Let's move up to North Dakota again, where we do have 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. Your other considerable severe thunderstorm warning kind of weakened off significantly, so we're not going to put much into that. I do expect them to drop that to base. And going up to our large severe thunderstorm warning here, we have multiple areas of 70-mile-per-hour winds in this. The 2 main ones right now are just to the northeast of Max and northwest of Benedict, to the southeast of Max, to the southwest of Benedict. And this looks to have hit right into Benedict, towards possibly even Russo. And so we're going to be watching that really closely here. Because again, these areas just got impacted by 80-mile-per-hour winds a couple days ago. We're still got this radar open. We're probably not going to have it open long. We definitely have some rotation here. It's not really uniform and it's really broad. Well, we can kind of confirm that with reflectivity. We might be about to see our first tornado warning of the strain here in about an hour and 30 minutes in, which is really good that we haven't seen a tornado warning yet. I mean, is this in that 5%? It is, yes. And so we're going to monitor that right there for the potential to produce a tornado. If you guys see me flipping through products really fast, that's kind of me getting a grip as to what we're seeing. We're definitely going to be waiting on the next reflectivity and velocity scans for a possible tornado here. We might see a tornado warning shortly. There's your tornado warning. So they are seeing this and they said, yes, let's go ahead and tornado warn this. So here we are with a tornado warning for Atlanta, Holdridge, Funk, Axtell, Canee, Wilcox, and Reagan. You guys need to go ahead and be in your tornado safe place now. This is a tornado warning. So innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. This does go until 7:15 Central Daylight Time here. Innermost inner part of your house in a sturdy building, avoid windows. If you're outdoors or in a mobile home, seek shelter inside a substantial. So a substantial shelter is well built. So if you can get into a brick house, that'd be nice. Mobile homes tip over easily, and even in the wind that we could be seeing in this, I do expect that. And we're starting to see more uniformity. So if this can continue its uniformity, we might be really talking about a tornado touching down probably in the next 10-15 minutes. Let's go ahead and get a storm track here with the tornado warning. Funk at about 16-17 minutes, and we will be out of the warning in 30. We will cross into Kearney County pretty soon in about 25-26 minutes, And we will be crossing into Phelps County in about 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes here. We don't have a debris ball quite yet. So here you go. Here's your tornado warning. Your first tornado warning of the day here in Nebraska. Let's go back to our North Dakota storm here. We do have a tornado warning still, so don't get too distracted here. We're watching this, I would say, anywhere from Minot on down to Underwood for the potential 470, 75 mile per hour winds in that area. Let's go back to our tornado warning here. We don't have a debris ball. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. As you guys just saw, that was upgraded here. I think we're close to a tornado here. That's your tornadic rotation circled in black right now. We have a lot of inflow feeding into this. Alright, where's the radar? I know exactly where radar's at, but I just want to confirm. Alright, we're going to zoom in tight here. Phillips count. Alright, so your reds are moving away from radar, and your greens are moving towards radar. So we kind of see that motion. There's multiple considerable thunderstorm warnings here. And right there is tornadic rotation in this storm. So you'll see that motion here. It goes counterclockwise. Like that. When you get enough, you can get a tornado, and I think we are personally close here. We did have multiple severe thunderstorm warning upgrades here, so let's go ahead and take a look at this here. All of these warnings here from Holdridge, Axtell, Minden, Atlanta, and Wilcox. You guys in Holdridge, Funk, Axtell, Canee, Wilcox, and Atlanta need to be in your tornado safe place as this storm comes through. But Minden, you are really close to this tornado warning here. We again did have a 75 mile per hour wind report with this and a 69. And the source on both of these are going to be Mesonet. So we're watching this storm here as it comes towards Funk in about 15 minutes. Funk, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Do not wait. We're not seeing tornadic debris being lofted, which is really, really good. We are looking about 3,000 feet. I want to say that's where we're going to see the new velocity here. Velocity couplet. Yeah. A little bit off-centered, but it's starting to weaken from what we just had. And here's where we were at. This is where I really started calling it out right here. And I said, well, we could see a tornado. And I said, well, uniformity, and there you go. And we do have a tornado warning with broad, I mean, really broad rotation in this area of storm now. Funk in less than 15 minutes. That is where your debris, your tornadic rotation is currently. This does not mean there's a tornado on the ground at all. Let's go to North Dakota. There's your new tornado warning. We're moving Atlanta. Atlanta, you're fine. Reagan, stay in your safe place. You're about to see a little bit of a hail core here on the RFD. That's not RFD. This is a bookend vortex. Oof. Forward 5,000 down rift. Wow. I need to study on bookend vortexes. Again, we might be seeing another rotational signature just to the west of Atlanta, though. Just to the east of Atlanta, though. Acts tell you guys need to stay in your safe place. Alright, let's move to North Dakota really quickly here, where we do have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Up here where we do have 1.75 inch hail. You can't really see much when you're looking at 15,000 feet, but that's your new. I can see that being considerable. I just can't see that one. Oh well, there's a report. Mostly smaller hail, but a few as large as golf balls per train spotter. We do also have this new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Upham, Towner, Velva, Butte, Glenburn, Lansford, Mohall for 70-mile-per-hour wind and 1.5 inch hail. At 6:52, severe thunderstorms were located along a line from near Minot to 8 miles south of Russo City, or along a line from near Minot to 22 miles east of Garrison, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. And then I want to take us to Kansas just really briefly here, where we do have considerable, associated with the tornado stuff, associated with that tornadic storm up there. We're also watching down here. We're not forgetting we do have a small tornado threat on these cells here as well. So I haven't forgotten these cells. Again, they are severe, but when you have a tornado warning, that kind of takes priorities. So we are with this severe thunderstorm. These severe thunderstorm warnings. We're coming back to Dodge City, where we are seeing again that secondary area of development. Dodge City, you're now under another severe thunderstorm warning here. For Ensign, Montezuma, Cimarron, and Meade, where we do also have a special weather statement for Liberal and Kismet, Kansas as well, and then a large AMA is down, so we're not going to view this from is AMA still down? Yeah, AMA is still down. Manitoba is under Winnipeg, Manitoba is currently under a tornado warning. So again, if you're in Winnipeg, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Alright, let's, so Dalhart, Cactus, Dumas, Channing, Stratford, Guyman, you guys are under a hello from Wisconsin. We're watching Wisconsin too. And thank you for tuning in. Moving back to our tornado warning, however, we do have a new tornado warning in North Dakota. I wonder if it's on that one storm. Let's see. Which storm is it? Because it's not showing up on radar scope yet. Okay, it's the... Well, I mean, thank you for tuning in. That means a lot to me. And thank you for that. We have a new tornado warning as well for Simcoe, Granville, Velva, Sawyer, Surrey, Deering, up towards Bantry, and Glenburn. So, on top of your strong winds, you now have the potential for a tornado in multiple areas. I'm also confused as to why they issued this tornado warning. Do we have something? That is the only area we really had rotation. So this is why they issued the tornado warning. And they are also, this is coming from National Weather Service, this area here they think is going to try to spin up really fast. So they wanted to include that too. Well, this is your main area of rotation on the leading edge of the storm, which is where we are also seeing outflow winds of close to 70, 75 mile per hour. And that is also part of the reason we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning in place here. Sorry, that tornado warning kind of threw me off in so many ways. Alright, let's move back to Hastings where we have this tornado warning, so we can get an updated storm track for you guys. Your tornadic rotation is falling behind the main portion of your leading edge, but this is what we call a bookend vortex, so it's kind of riding on the backside. You can kind of see how it moves to the backside. It kind of so when you have your storm kind of curve like this, you can have rotation on the backside if your winds are oriented right. Well, you have your winds oriented right because you just have that boundary to pass. That's going to retreat soon. But that right there is the reason you are seeing this tornado warning. And that's your tornadic rotation. And we do have indication of some 2-inch hail. 2.29 being estimated by radar. We do also have multiple 69 mile per hour wind gusts. We did have a couple 75s in this area as well. And this is your damaging wind in here. It's currently impacting Wilcox. Even if you're not under a tornado warning and you're kind of in this area, I'd be watching really closely and away from windows. This is the type of winds that do knock down trees, knock down larger trees. And these are your only tornado warnings active. I do wonder if they cancel this tornado warning here. We're kind of losing the rotation. We may bring it back before the expiration of this tornado warning, which is at 7:15 Central Daylight Time. But going to North Dakota here, to East Minot, where we are seeing very strong winds. Where we have this tornado warning that I'm not sure we need. That's an area of rotation right there. Very weak. I'm going to take a look at Twitter. We have a new tornado warning. Do we have a Canadian radar? Because I'm going to have to open up a Canadian radar, aren't I, for this storm. Okay, update. Let's go back south, where we did have the tornado warning get dropped. The tornadic thunderstorm, which prompted the warning, has moved out of the warned area. The tornado warning has been canceled. It is not weakened below severe limits. Okay, who made the rotation report? Who made the rotation report? Jane, okay, it's valid. It is valid. So there are multiple people that I do kind of but it is a very valid, and I'm going to try to find Jaden Pappenheim real quick on YouTube on my phone so I can kind of watch the development here, because I wouldn't be surprised if it tries to drop. And this is the concern today as well, is these. Hold on guys, I'm Jaden Pappenheim. Okay, I do have the stream on my phone going. So we are going to have, I'm going to have a view. I can't show this to you guys because that wall cloud is minorly disorganized. And these are only 2 tornado warnings right now, so we're going to go back to this tornado warning here. Now we're watching this area near Simcoe, but that's the only place that I really see has any rotational signatures in it right now. So we do have a little bit of rotation in this. And Jaden Pappenheim is almost right under it. Moving back to this tornado warning, then we're going to go over all of our other tornadoes here. So this tornado warning kind of has me a bit, so, Noonan and Columbus, you guys are still under this tornado warning as well, so don't, and a lot of hail looks to be falling from this. And we do have a confirmed tornado with it as well, per Jaden Pappenheim. And we do have it on his feed, so we do have a confirmed tornado, weak tornado at this time. Tornado in progress with ground vortices 500 yards to my west. That kind of scared me. So that's your tornadic rotation right now, and it's 500 miles to his west. He's just sitting there watching it. I also think his feet is frozen. So we do have a tornado on the ground per Jaden Pappenheim. His feet is frozen, so moving back to the tornado warning. I am going to take a restroom break just really quickly. It's going to be about 65 seconds, 70 seconds. I will be right back. I'm so sorry about this, everyone. We are back. I'm going to go ahead and remove that confirm tag. We're about to go south, really south, to Kansas, where we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. Then we're going to go to our former tornado warning. We also have our water jug today, so one day I'm going to upgrade our warning ticker down there to do some stuff. I am going to kind of maneuver stuff around. That way we can have emergency coverage like that. Because emergency coverage, I have to edit a few things, which don't. When you have a tornado emergency or something, you want to just cover that. We are going to be editing things on our. We have been live over 2 hours today, which is really good. Alright, back to the coverage here. Sorry about that. I had to take a small rant. We're watching multiple areas here with 60-mile-per-hour wind potential all along this area. Let me go ahead and highlight some of the areas I'm particularly watching. This is the areas that I'm currently watching in black with about 60 mile per hour, 55, 60 mile per hour winds, and we can match this with reflectivity. As this moves into Dodge City, Kansas, it kind of be inside. This is not a tornado. This is, again, just a regular severe thunderstorm warning. Please, please don't make a move. But we are watching this really closely. Very beautiful. I analyze radar way too much. I'm starting to realize this. Coming here where we do have a 54 mile per hour report south of Albert. Up towards Russell, which I'm pretty sure this was no. We did have multiple areas of 61 mile per hour wind gusts. And if we look at radar, we are depicting some areas here with around 55, 60 mile per hour winds again in that area. So definitely something to kind of be mindful of. Moving up to UEX radar, which is our Hastings radar, we do have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Where we do have 80 mile per hour winds. If we do raise any higher, we will kind of switch our viewpoint on this. But we do again have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. Oh, so should we change the destructive severe thunderstorm warning color? I kind of want an opinion on this. Should we change it to orange, just straight orange? That has been on my mind here lately to do. So again, we're watching this area here where your winds are kind of spreading out. So you have winds going here, 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 and here. We're watching that, and you can kind of see that we have a gust front peeking out of this. So Hastings, you need to go ahead and be inside, kind of away from outer walls, where your greatest wind is here. And we're seeing some really higher readings in this area. We did have an 80 mile per hour wind gust 18 minutes ago. One scan after the tornado warning expired, which we have been tracking this area a while here. And when you're seeing this, this is incredible. We also have a 63 mile per hour wind gust up here. So we do have this, again, destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Hastings, Nebraska. Alright, moving back to our tornado warnings here, because we do have 2 active warnings that I don't think are even warranted. This one is not warranted. I don't know why that's there. This storm here might be producing some crazy tornado. And I pray that I won't go astray. We're going to check Jaden Pappenheim's stream again. And he's still frozen. His feed is frozen, so we're not 100% sure. We do have tornadic rotation here. Looking right there, that is tornadic rotation. 7,000 feet up, but we're facing a lot of contamination here. And we'll kind of track it into some portion of Canada. But I want to go to this tornado warning here that I don't understand. I do want to just show this is where I radar freak, because you can see feed bands into these storms, which is so cool. Which is kind of where your highest winds are. Moving down to our Bismarck radar here, we're starting to see our line congealment here, and this is really the start of our main event today. Have some rotation right here. We're going to be watching all of this closely. We have, again, the whole line here could be producing 60 mile per hour winds, and we do have a couple areas big one near Frida and then south of Shields, where we do have a little bit of hail that could be about an inch. Right now, moving back south, we do again have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning, which we want to really be keeping our eye on here. We might be seeing an upgrade to 90-mile-per-hour wind. We again do have 80. A lot of wind reports coming from this storm here. And it's more on your southern side here near Minden. Kind of south of Hartwell here, but you could be seeing some of these winds in Hartwell. You're definitely experiencing some really strong winds in Hartwell. Norman, you are some really incredibly high winds. So we are still at 80-mile-per-hour winds. And this is coming towards Roseland, Ayer, Hastings, Kennesaw, Prosser, Doniphan. Let's go ahead and get a storm track here. Kind of going towards Hastings in 30 minutes. The tip of it really won't get to you in Hastings for 20-30 minutes. If it holds its strength. We're also watching this right here for rotation. Very weak rotation, but we still have rotation there. Also watching this area here for rotation. Oh yeah, that's rotation. So we might be seeing a new tornado warning here shortly. On the topic of tornado warning, let's go to our tornado warning up here in northern. We don't have any tornadic debris signature at this time, but this is your tornadic rotation right here, and this is coming into Columbus. Columbus, go ahead and shelter here. Noonan, stay sheltered for 5 more minutes. You guys will be clear to come out. I'm not sure what the Storm National Weather Service is seeing with this severe thunder, this tornado warning here. I will say, on the topic of wind, we do have this area here, Upham, kind of on down, where we do have multiple kind of little bands almost of 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds kind of in there, and then your greatest wind is obviously in here. So we might be seeing some really high winds. Let's go ahead and zoom into this area here. We are kind of recording 77-mile-per-hour winds. So definitely seeing some pretty high winds there, very close to the radar. Uh, 68-mile-per-hour wind gust here, so we're radar kind of underdid it there. And moving back to our tornado warning, I wouldn't be surprised if it is still on the ground doing damage right now. But let's go to Kansas here. We haven't checked up on Kansas in quite a while. Dodge City radar. We did have a 63-mile-per-hour wind report 3 minutes ago to the southwest of Great Bend. And with this storm, we are seeing that kind of along the leading edge and in pockets. So we're not just seeing a big lop. That's not damaging wind. Dodge City, we're seeing indications of 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into the city right now, and these are really close to the ground. So when I'm seeing at 255 feet 67.1 mile per hour wind. That's sending signals to me. That's probably 65 right there coming in Dodge City, and we will see readings coming from the airport, obviously. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning for 60 mile per hour wind gusts and less than penny-sized hail. We also have this severe thunderstorm warning here coming up from Hayes, which is where we had that 63 mile per hour wind gust near Great Bend, up towards Russell here. Coming to our Bismarck, then we're going to go to our tornado warnings here. Then we're going to turn our attention to Indiana, where we do have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings there. 3 or 4. So we're going to take a look at that as well. Is Indiana even under a severe weather? Is that portion of it? Sorry, I have some thoughts that are happening right now, and I kind of hope they ain't true, but I have that feeling that they are. Yes, they did. Okay. We're kind of watching this here as it goes northeast. There are pockets of rotation in it. And 60 mile per hour winds, one to the northwest of Brian. So, these are your other storms we're watching closely. Alright, let's go up to our tornado warning then. We are going to bring in... We're removing this radar for Indiana. Don't wake up and I pray, don't go astray. Wait. This is the actual beat. Sorry, I just found one of my grails. Not really a grail, but one of my favorite unreleased songs. That's shenanigans you get when you're covering severe weather with Kelly Rose. So, I have to keep music in my ear, because if I don't, we will wind up talking about something other than weather. Whether it be my phone, whether it be my recent storm, well, that's weather, but not what we want to talk about. We want to talk about what's happening right now. And I do bring up my experience from time to time. Because of kind of I provide background for me. So I storm chase. I've been through regular severe thunderstorm warnings. I've seen pancaked. You know, I've seen that stuff. I've been in 70 mile per hour winds. I've seen a tornado. Alright, moving back here where we do have an 85 mile per hour wind gust. And then we do have again a 72. So again, we did have a 67 recorded by Mesonet. So your winds are higher up here in Hartwell. And then we do have another 672. So we again got really close to that 90 mile per hour threshold, which is where if we don't have a tornado on the ground, we kind of start focusing on that, and we change our graphic. I'm going to briefly change it for you guys to this. This is where this graphic would come into play. We obviously don't have that happening right now, so. Oh. We're watching the greatest wind threat here impact portion of these areas. We got the wind around 43. Could be stronger. I'm definitely not going to trust that. Considering you had a 77-mile-per-hour wind gust, yeah, buddy. Maybe he meant 74, I don't know. Drop my favorite wall cloud pick. I will definitely do that after this stream because I have to dig through my phone. We do have an 84, and this is what I thought was gonna come. This had the 72. Now we're at 84-mile-per-hour winds from this mesonet here. So we're seeing that strong wind come into Kennesaw. Kennesaw, you need to be inside, away from windows. We are consistently seeing 85 mile per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if there are portions of 90 mile per hours. So we're progressively watching this. I just had a DM on Twitter, which I'm not going to read to you guys, but kind of concerns me. Manitoba just had a tornado about an hour and a half ago. Sorry about that, everyone. We are seeing consistent 80+ mile per hour winds in the storm. And let's go back up where we do have that tornado warning. Where we just had a 68 mile per hour wind gust. And we've already covered that though. I'm not paying attention to that. I really am not. We're paying attention to this storm here where we did have a report of a tornado. No, you guys come out of here trying to save place, by the way. You guys are no longer under that warning. Hoping to have some storm chases this week. But again, we do have... I find the destructive. This one again. We still have this corridor kind of north of US Highway 6, where we do have considerably 80-85 mile per hour winds. So we are watching this really closely here. We're going to try to see if we can get a view on that Noonan cell here. He's back. We do have our storm chaser back again on the tornado warning up in North Dakota and extreme North Dakota. This storm here, where we're watching another potential here, where we might see another, if it can try to develop an area of rotation going towards Lignite, even a portal, which portal, you need to be in your true safe place anyways. You are in a tornado warning. We still have some decent rotation with this storm, even on Jaden Pepnime's stream. And this is our only tornado warning, but we are going to watch this really closely for the potential to rotate in tornado as it comes towards Stanley. Stanley, you just got impacted by a small hail core here. Possibly. Kind of developed right over you there. Moving back to our Hastings, Nebraska radar here, where we do again have damaging wind moving into Kennesaw. Kennesaw, you're probably seeing this about right now. So we're new tornado warning coming from the storm, that same storm, so we're going to go to it really quickly if I can find it. It will be with the same storm here. Oh, this tornado warning, there you go. And they are factoring in this new hook impingement that might try to start rotating. Lignite, Flaxen, and Northgate, you guys are now under a tornado warning, and this tornado warning does go until 8:30 Mountain Daylight, Central Daylight Time. Mountain Daylight Time is a long time, over 2 hours. We are also watching this considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. Alright, I'm going to create a graphic here soon, kind of the difference between considerable, base, considerable, and destructive tags. I want to experiment really quickly. Usually we don't do this on occasions like this, but this is an occasion that I know I want to. I remember the dimensions. What do you guys think? Does that look good for destructive tags? That gives you that feel. Anyways. Back to our regular destructive tag. I think that's what we're going to upgrade to. We did have an 81 on the Mesonet. Up towards Kennesaw. Where we do only have one tornado warning in Burke County, North Dakota here. Where they did extend that tornado warning. So that's your extension until 8:30 Central Daylight Time. Coming up to a processor, Hanson, Doniphan. Ooh, legendary pull. Anyways, we're still watching this severe thunderstorm here. They did drop that severe thunderstorm warning that did include Granville, Velva. But they are going to keep this severe thunderstorm warning as some really strong winds impacting. I wouldn't be surprised if they try to possibly upgrade destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. As I go to this destructive, we're still at 80-mile-per-hour winds. Automated weather stations continue to report gusts near 80 mile per hour, and that is on your destructive severe thunderstorm warning for Adams and Buffalo. Adams, Buffalo, Hall, and Kearney counties in Kansas and Nebraska. Whoa, that's a horrible butcher right there. So, again, your strongest winds in this are kind of in this area. And then we, again, have this tornado warning up here. We're going to kind of get a tight zoom to them. We're watching the rotation right here near Portal. This is going to make a really close approach to Portal here. So we're going to want to watch really closely. Again, a very close approach to Portal. That, again, on the border of Canada and Nebraska. Not Nebraska, North Dakota here. We can kind of see part of it is in Canada. And we just have range folding take play here. Thankfully, your winds don't look too oppressive coming into Botany and Gardena. Gardena looks to be 80 mile per hour wind. Let's go back south to Kansas, where we do have a development here. We do have the destructive severe thunderstorm warning has been downgraded to 70 mile per hour winds and quarter-sized tail automated weather station is your source, so it's going to be observed. So this did drop our destructive severe thunderstorm warning and have replaced it with regular severe thunderstorm warning here, which is really good news. Not a regular, but a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go back to Indiana, where we are watching Indianapolis. Downtown is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Be thankful I'm not talking about your spot a lot. That means that, you know, you're not in a horrible portion of the storm. We don't obviously get to every single severe thunderstorm warning. I do miss a couple here and there, but so we are still watching this area. I'm looking at Canadian radar right now. Canada is really trying to tornado too. They've had multiple tornadoes, but not really trying. Not working really well for them. Now there is some rotation near Cloveleaf. It's really weak. Looks worse than it is. We will be getting, excuse me, we will be getting a new SPC Day 1 outlook here shortly. So we're going to be ready for that. We're watching areas in here that could rotate, but it is unlikely to. Moving back up to our tornado warning, which we're going to go and zoom in close to. If you are in Columbus, you guys can come into your tornado safe place now. The tornado threat has passed you. You can come into your tornado safe place. I'm going to take a look at see if we have WAFs active right now. I think we do. I would definitely be surprised if WAFs is not active. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning still for Stanley here. Belden, the storm is past you, so you guys are good. Oh, we have the Central Plains up and going right now. Oh, that's cool. Dakotas, Minnesota extended. Looks like probably about midnight is when we're going to be ending the night. I thought we just had a new tornado warning issued for just a second there. That kind of concerned me, like, wait, what? Why is there a new tornado warning there? Alright, moving back to Bismarck, North Dakota radar, we're still watching these storms here. And we can see it kind of congeal into a line coming into South Bismarck, which is producing around 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small pockets of quarter-sized tail. That's the worst part about having my color table that I have on velocity. I hardly ever see this being, used, so we're gonna use this temporarily. See how this does. So that's a ghost front there. So if you're like Hazleton, Linton, and Strasburg, you guys can go outside, kind of look at this, and it's gonna be really beautiful. Before it hits though, you're gonna want to be inside because it will bring in some strong wind with it. I think we just had an update on that tornado warning. Let's go take a look at that here. Sorry if my voice sounds a little bit forced. Columbus, you're good in Columbus. Lignite, I'm not going to clear you guys yet because this impingage here. If it tries to produce something, it'll produce very close to you guys. So we want to be really careful about how we clear you guys. Flaxton, same thing with you. It's going to be close to you guys. Which is why you guys are still in the tornado warning. And then we're about to go over all of our severe thunderstorm warnings from the day. Alright, let's go down to Kansas, where we haven't really we haven't checked on in a while. I was trying to plural chucked. We're going to go all over our severe thunderstorm warnings. I do expect, 73, not 79. I thought we just had a 79 mile per hour wind gust. So it's like, oh, well, we're definitely activating a destructive tag for that. Starting with these severe thunderstorm warnings here in Kansas, we currently have a 60 mile per hour wind report in Dodge City. As I said, we're going to see at the airport 59 mile per hour. So ASOS station KDDC, Dodge City. KDDC is the Dodge City radar, and it's at the Dodge City Regional Airport. So definitely not too strong wind, but we are seeing 60 mile per hour winds, which is severe. It will throw out, it'll kind of throw your loose trash, your anything that's loose. It will kind of throw that about. It'll, coming up towards the Great Bend. Let me check. Is this a good radar for Great Bend, or do I want to pull in a different radar here? Well, we determined that. We're going to go to Indiana, which we have not been showing love here recently. What about the New Mexico radar? Okay, we can bring this to play if needed. ICT, yep, that's on. Site. We're going to bring this to Tulsa. Then from Tulsa, we'll go to ICT. Going to Indianapolis here. We're watching this storm coming into Indianapolis. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis at this time. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for kind of central downtown Indianapolis. And you're about to see another severe thunderstorm warning for this storm coming through Danville right now. Sorry, it's just some really good music. And we do have a little bit of hail in this, nothing too insane at this time. Alright, now let's bring in our Wichita radar. which kind of show us better here on the Great Bend storm. We do have consistently 60, 59 mile per hour winds, so we're kind of bouncing around from 62. We did have a 68 mile per hour report briefly there, and then we dropped back to our and so with this, we're looking at Holyrood, Ellisworth, Geneseo, Loynes, Saxman, Sterling, and Chase under this severe thunderstorm warning. Suzanne, Hollis, Hoisington, and Claflin. Going to our Hastings radar, I believe, yes. Then we need to go to our LNX radar, where we do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. We're watching these storms. I'm going to remove our storm track. So we're bouncing around about 73 to 59 mile per hour, which is really good. We do have a lot of wind reports here. We did have a couple of 80s. We did have an 85, an 84, an 80, a 79, another 80. So we've seen some damaging winds here in the area. 13-inch diameter tree blown over onto pickup at that location. I'd hate to be that person with that pickup. And we're watching 77, 67, and 64 mile per hour winds entering Grand Island at this time. Definitely ahead of that cold front, behind that cold front, so. Alright, let's move back to our tornado warning in just a second. I want to go to our South Dakota radar here. But first, LNX radar, which I should have pulled up. Yes, figured I did. We may try to see a destructive severe thunderstorm warning because 4-inch hail seems to be, and the updraft is around 53, 55 knot. That is insanity, guys. Very large hail core. You don't want to be caught in the path of this. So we may see a destructive tag upgrade here shortly. I'm for real. Yeah. I haven't heard this song in a while, so we're good. So again, I do keep music in my ear. I hope you guys cannot hear, because that would be horrible. It'd be like a deer running across the roadway. Horrible. So we're watching this really closely as well. Let's bring in our tornado warning. We haven't really checked up on that much, which is actually a really good sign for you guys up here. Flaxton, Lignite, Columbus. You guys can come out of your tornado safe place. Northgate, you stay in your safe place a little bit longer. you still have that threat of it turning right. But Lignite and Flaxton, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. If you are in that area, you guys are good. I'm going to draw this line here. A little bit to north. If you are south of this line, you can come out of your tornado safe place. You guys probably know where you live. If not, we're going to get not really a street view, but so you guys can kind of see where we're talking about here. If you are below that line there, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. We still have this one last severe thunderstorm warning in for this portion of the line. I did not mean to go to correlation coefficient. With this tornado warning that does expire at 8:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time with tennis ball sized hail, so it could in itself. We just had tornado reported via social media by a storm chaser at 7:21. 58-mile-per-hour wind gust about 10 minutes ago. You guys saw that, just kind of popped up here. But we're watching this portal. You still need to be in your safe place. Portal and Northgate, stay in your safe place a little bit longer. Let this thing pass you, and you guys will be good to come out of your tornado safe place, which is really good news for you guys. You guys don't have too much longer to go. So again, that's really good news. We have been live for 2 hours and 50 minutes. I take pride in this. There we go. Well, I kind of zoomed to this storm here. We're tracking a possibility. Oof. Nice. Of 2-inch hail kind of coming towards Lostwood. I do expect them to, again, upgrade here to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for this. Gash and fire the dragon, yeah. Moving back to Indianapolis, we're not going to forget about you in Indianapolis. Indianapolis. Sorry, I have a thing in my headphones that kind of beeps when there's an alert or an updated alert or something. So I look at that, and you guys see it. It's tagged new. So, we're not forgetting about you here in Indianapolis. We do have a little bit of rotation near Lake Hart. This is rotating. So kind of be aware as this comes up towards you guys. Mooresville, Brooklyn, this is rotating. I don't know if the National Weather Service tornado warns it. I also wouldn't be surprised if they tornado warned it. For so many reasons. Okay, we have a new tornado. No, they updated the Burke tornado warning, which could mean something. We're gonna go to that really quickly. Northgate, stay in your safe place for just a little bit longer. Moving back to our Indianapolis radar, wherever it is. I would not be surprised to see a tornado warning for Lake Hart and Mooresville here shortly. That is tornadic rotation right there. Let's see. So we are watching this area really closely here. I'm not 100% sure if they do issue a tornado warning because of how populated it is, but so we have a new scan here. So we're going to look at this to kind of determine things. That's kind of why we're really watching this with intent. We're going to watch this really closely as it comes through. It again is rotating. Okay, I do want to bring in a view just really quickly coming in from our North Dakota. Here. That is your new tornado warning Environmental Canada issued. Northgate, you guys can come out here, tornado safe place. Just kind of be ready for it though. You guys come out here, safe place. I've kind of have a concern in this area. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That does not include tornado possible, but another area here might try to start rotating. So we're definitely watching this area for the potential of a tornado. We're gonna go to Kansas in just a second. I need some digits. I need some Alright. Sorry about that again. Sorry. We're getting minutely updates almost, so. That, I think we do see a tornado warning shortly again. Watching these two areas in specific, and they are matching up, so we might have two tornado warnings here soon. I'm gonna use my normal color here. I'm gonna go social media for this. Two pockets of rotation in the area. So, I'm gonna go 814 CDT. watching pockets of rotation south of Indianapolis. This rotation's starting to really take over, in my opinion. Alright, we're going to move up to our North Dakota tornado warning, which we have not taken a look at in a little bit. Then we're going to go over our severe storms here. With this, I think we're going to drop our tornado warning pretty soon here. We have made it to the 3-hour mark. I'm checking the SPC for any updates right now. So I'm not seeing anything too crazy. We do have a new mesoskill discussion I want to bring into the table real quick. Oof. Alright, let's go and bring in this mesoskill discussion. Then we're going to go over our tornado risks here, or risks. I do expect them to drop to 45. Supercell and linear clusters remain capable of all hazards. A downstream watch for eastern Nebraska, possibly into southeastern South Dakota or western Iowa is likely this evening. Likely means 70 or above. And so we may not be live that whole risk, by the way, just so you guys know. Across tornado watch number 296, which is the one we showed you kind of at the beginning of the stream. Have organized over the past few hours. While intensification has been slow, the environment remains very unstable and will become increasingly sheared this evening. Storm mode mixed with supercells and linear clusters with a risk for severe wind gusts to very large hail and a couple of tornadoes. Additional storm development is expected tonight as ascent increases with the nocturnal low-level jet. Tornado potential will be maximized with any discrete, semi-discrete supercells. So, and that's that alert. I'm going to bring this into play. I think this is the updated one. Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. Kind of had a suspicion, but they didn't. Okay. We still have this large enhanced risk of severe weather from Minot to Bismarck, Fargo, Aberdeen, Sioux Falls, Kearney. Your tornado risk. New tornado warning in Indiana. Let's go ahead and take a look here. And this is on that southern rotation here. Okay. A lot of people in the path of this one. I'm glad the Storm Prediction Center went ahead and not the Storm Prediction Center, National Weather Service did go ahead and produce a tornado warning. I'm going to go over this just really briefly. I did add a tornado risk there, but it's too far south. I'm sorry, but that is starting to confirm a real suspicion I have about the SPC. But that's not for us to get into on YouTube. The tornado potential in this area is still high enough. Your wind risk here does remain as a 45 sig 1, and that's the reason we have that. Alright, back to our tornado warning. How many people are in the path of this? Only 6,000 people. That's actually better than I thought. Less than I thought. So again, here's your new tornado warning. Possible tornado on the ground. I think we had a brief unwarned tornado. I definitely think we had a brief tornado there. Let's go and get a storm motion for this. They did cancel the tornado warning in North Dakota. Sorry. I'll do that from time to time. So here we are with this tornado warning. And this tornado warning does go until, let's see here, 8:30 p.m. CDT. Again, I do believe we had a brief tornado. I want to kind of bring this view in here. So we're definitely watching that there. Evansville. And this tomorrow morning does go until, again, 8:30. Kind of feel like 8:08 on this big 8:08. It has lifted, but we may have, again, had a brief tornado. So, and it has kind of weakened significantly, which is really good. So we are going to keep with this tomorrow morning because it is kind of just south of a populated area here. I want to bring in the full picture. And I need to reset this. Nice. And this tornado warning is until 9:30 Eastern Daylight Time. I thought this was Central Daylight Time. So only for 3 more minutes, which is really good news. I do not expect a reissuance, and we did have a brief tornado though. Kind of taking our view away from Indianapolis, we are bringing in our Hastings radar here, where the storm itself has kind of weakened a bit, which throws in the, do they continue that tornado watch? I personally have some doubts to continue it. I think kind of extend a couple counties until we know for sure, but they are going to drop that tornado warning. So we are going to drop our tornado warning tag. So all that means is that tornado warning no longer appears to be continued. If they do continue it, we will bring it to you guys. This is the best I've ever felt in a stream in a very long time. I will say that. And that's very rare for me to say, because that is rare. So we do have just a ton of severe thunderstorm warnings. So we are currently at 15 severe thunderstorm warnings. All right, guys, I'm gonna go take a quick restroom break and get a little food. I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay. Franklin, Bengal, you guys are now under a tornado warning. Sorry about that, everyone. I had to use the restroom there. So we do have this tornado warning here. That's your tornadic rotation heading towards Franklin here. So, again, we are still watching. So again, your tornado sirens are still sounding. This area. I'm going to see what our population is on this tornado warning as well, though. While we're here, let's go ahead and go to our North Dakota area. Where we do have this last considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We have a new tornado watch until 3 a.m. Central Daylight Time. I do not plan on being live until 3 a.m. This is your new tornado watch, by the way, if you guys are wondering. Here you guys go. This does include Sioux Falls, Huron, Brookings, Mitchell, and Yankton in South Dakota. Sioux Center, Lamar, Sioux City, and Spirit Lake in Iowa, Norfolk, Columbus, and Fremont in Nebraska, Marshall in Minnesota. So that's your new tornado watch, and this is in effect until 3 a.m. We might take it till close to that, but we're not going to take it fully until 3 a.m. So that's your new tornado watch. Now let's move over Indianapolis here. Our Nashville, Tennessee radar. Which we can actually remove. Let's go to Indianapolis radar here. I want to bring in CC here. So we still have this one tornado warning that I do expect to be canceled because there is very broad rotation that's about to enter Franklin right now. So we're watching that really, really closely. And there is 33,000 people in this tornado warning. So this is our only tornado warning in the country. And this isn't a zero tour risk. So. Alright, let's bring up our Hastings radar. We're kind of starting to lose strength on these storms. The storms that, again, produce that destructive severe thunderstorm warning, we're going to get a time lapse of them really quickly. JR2 is starting to take a hit here. Here we go. And that's your time lapse of these storms. We do have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning there for it. And kind of see there's been storm. So you guys are going to get a little behind the scenes here of how I do radar loops. I'm going to bring in animation settings and slow it down considerably. I'm going to do 2 with like the warnings. 1 loop with the warnings here. And we're going to bring this all the way to the start. Bring that and doom. And it glitch, so we bring back. And we show the loop here. So we do 1 with the warnings. And then we come here. We're going to turn off our warnings here. We're gonna redo that with yeah, so what we're gonna do, we're gonna do 2 of these. Then we bring this. We turn off the alerts for it. Then you just show the alerts as they pop up. And then you get to really see the storm as it just really rips through. And we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. For this Cedar Rapids, Nebraska area. We're about to have to switch off. Let's go and bring in Nashville radar for the, we're going to bring in Nashville radar for this, and then while we're waiting on this, let's go to our Indianapolis radar where we still have this 1 tornado warning for Franklin. Franklin, you guys come out of your turn to safe place. This is your tornadic rotation right here again. Green's moving towards radar, red's moving away. And so that is your tornadic rotation there. And that is why we still have this 1 tornado warning in effect for this is Johnson and Shelby counties in Indiana. We're going to bring 08KO8X radar in Indiana. So the green, that's going to be your town names here. And as the storm gets closer to the radar, we'll definitely have it. And then we're going to have to start bringing in other radars here shortly. Bringing back to our tornado warning, I'm going to go take a look at WAF's model on our side screen here. It's trying to congeal again, so we might again have another tornado shortly. I'd say right there. That'd be where your new tornado would form, right there. We do use WAFs a lot, which is worn on forecast system. It's a model I personally prefer over a lot. Which kind of signals to me we'll be live until at least 1 a.m. for you guys, so. I do not know for sure if they will continue this tornado warning. Again, this tornado warning is in effect until 10 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. Current time is 9:46 Mountain Daylight Time. I also haven't heard this song in a really long time. For instance, is a really good unruly song. We're going to wait on a new reflective velocity scan here from the Kind radar, which is Indianapolis radar. K is all radars have K in it, and then IND is the radar code. Your tornadic rotation, I will say right now, is not uniform. It's not, you know, your perfect gate to gate, but you could still see a tornado with it. And that's why it is tornado warned. I actually have a paper down here kind of highlighting this storm. And this is the only portion of the storm that we're really worried about producing a tornado. Moving to our Hastings, Nebraska radar again. We're going to have to bring in our North Platte, Nebraska radar too, just shortly. We have unorganized storms in this area, which is kind of why did we issue that tornado watch, but visions of it, that's for instance. We do have a new mesoscale discussion here. Oh, let's go and bring this into view for you guys. You guys can see it. This is from the Storm Prediction Center. Severe threat to continue downstream of... Severe potential to extreme downstream of 294 with potential of damaging winds will move eastward. So we're at 80%, which is likely. They're monitoring it for a tornado watch. We have the shear. We have the other things that we kind of need for this stuff. Thunderstorm activity is increasing along the front in the central Dakotas. This activity has been producing wind gusts 60 to 70 plus mile per hour. This mode is becoming linearly forced along the front, given deep layer shear vectors parallel to the front. This will likely remain the case through the evening with surface objective analysis and recent 0Z, which is 7 p.m. Central soundings from ABR and BIS. So Aberdeen and Bismarck, indicating steep low-level lapse rates and large mixed layer cape around 2,500 to 3,000 joules per kilogram, mid temperatures in the 80s to 90s. The low-level jet is also expected to increase through the evening as the surface low across North Dakota deepens. So we're entering the potential for tornadoes. So that is your new watch discussion here. We still have our Wichita radar open, but kind of that stuff kind of died off. So let's move back off to Bismarck, kind of what they're seeing as well. Embedded tornadoes are really possible along this line. So we're still watching this area here for tornado potential, and it looks like it's going to increase, so they do expect to issue a brand new tornado watch in this area. But we do have one tornado warning, but it is really weak rotation, so and currently we're not really seeing our performance, which is why I'm surprised they didn't drop the 45 sig wind. The 45 wind. Going back to Indianapolis though, we still have rotation. I do doubt that they continue the tornado warning, but they may surprise me here. That also wouldn't surprise me to kind of get a surprise a little bit. By the Storm Prediction Center. And I'm pretty sure they still have that 10% tornado risk in place. I'm going to look using a very powerful tool called WeatherWise. I personally don't understand why it was there in the to begin with. So this is where we are at right now in coordination with the tornado risk, and if we take a look at the wind risk, I'm not understanding this forecast. Definitely a 5% warranted, but and this is a no tornado risk, by the way. Our tornado warning in the are actually these two tornado warnings have been in a non-tornado risk, and they still didn't add this to a tornado risk. Something fishy is happening. We're just monitoring this. We do have that one North Dakota considerable severe thunderstorm warning, and that's it. So, there you go. It has exited your tornado warning. I had something I was going to put for you guys, but I don't remember what. So, again, I wouldn't be surprised for them to drop this. Oh, I know what I was going to do. We are going to soon have a new way to show you guys the tornado risk. I want to do something just really quickly. I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Found it. I'm looking at something on my side screen, so please be patient. They are not going to continue this new tomorrow morning. Let's go to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in North Dakota, which is going to be on this radar here. It's not gonna work right now. Okay. Sorry guys, I had something I was trying to test out for you guys. But it's not gonna work. So this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning active, and this is one of our 3 severe thunderstorm warnings in the entire state of North Dakota. As shear increases, you could see the tornado threat go up. Could go up like that. Sorry, that I got caught off guard there. We're going to take a look at KBIS radar, and then we're going to go over all of our warnings. For we do have a Michigan severe thunderstorm warning too. Taking a look at our Bismarck radar, now we're starting to see this line kind of pick up a little bit more steam as it heads east with a new severe thunderstorm warning. And this is where we're monitoring the potential for damaging wind and possibly maybe a tornado or two. And so again, there is a 45% wind risk in this area. Let's go ahead and bring in our day 1 outlook. And we're going to be here for pretty much this entire enhanced risk. Or until we kind of notice that, you know, the storms aren't going to be that bad. One of the two. Well, I'm going to take a look at weather model for tomorrow's as well. I'm not going to show this to you guys. So these storms really start losing strength around 2-3 a.m. we may see a really early start to our stream tomorrow as the storms will monitor, but it does not look fun to cover. Coverage starting about 17, 18Z possibly. Easily going until 6Z. I think that's like 12 hours. So we're just gonna watch tomorrow's development and see. Now that's an estimated timeline. Parameters look really wild. So, we no longer have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. All of our severe warnings are now base regular severe thunderstorm warnings. Sorry about that, everyone. I'm about to have to so again, really good news coming from that. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings active right now. I'm going to open this up really quickly. YouTube Creator Studio. I exit out of some there. So we're still watching. So we're watching this area really closely right now. Alright, let's go down to our Nebraska, where we're about to lose this radar site totally. So we need to go to OAX radar, which is right here. Sorry about that, man. Sorry, my eyes are starting to hurt. That's why I'm kind of a little bit slow here, but we're working through it. So we're still watching this. We did have a 10-minute ago considerable 70 mile per hour wind gust report. So I'm wondering if they're gonna upgrade to a considerable warning here on this storm near Albion. And this is. We're not seeing too much wind here on the velocity. We do have a couple areas in here that might be showing 60-mile-per-hour winds. So, all right, I want to go back to Indiana, and kind of show, hey, we no longer have severe thunderstorm warnings here. We are going to kind of keep the radar open, and we do have a flooding report from Imping. Not trustable. Then we did have a, about an hour ago, we did have that severe thunderstorm came through with multiple tornado. I think we had tornado or two. So again, definitely I need that. We're gonna turn this light down just a little bit. Sorry guys, if I'm quiet, I'm sorry. I have my mic as loud as it'll go. I might have to gain some on it. Drinking that water was so amazing. So, alright, let's go down to Kansas. Do I even have it in Kansas radars open? Yeah. We're keeping this radar here in Dodge City open, and then Wichita radars open for this decaying line of storms here. Starting to decay, it's starting to die. Again, I want to point out we have no considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, snow tornado warnings, and no destructive tornado warnings. Destructive severe thunderstorm warnings. So, bringing back towards our Bismarck radar here, we're starting to see this line really congeal. And with this, this is where you're damaging wind threatened. I think we may have a new watch issued. Let's take a look. We do have a new watch, however it is not a tornado watch. Well, we did have that one tornado watch in part of Minnesota, Iowa. If you guys remember that, they did say tornado watch likely. Well, that is not going to be a tornado. We're bordering a PDS severe thunderstorm watch, people. Let me go ahead and bring in the graphic here. A couple of tornadoes are going to be possible. We did just have a 6-mile-per-hour wind gust. We're not going to do that just yet. I want to bring up big screen. Nice. Okay, see that? Okay. So this is your new severe thunderstorm watch for Devil's Lake, Grand Forks, Valley City, Fargo, Detroit Lakes, Millbank, Watertown, Montevideo, Alexandria, Wadena, Roseau, Grand Forks, Valley City, Aberdeen. This does include the potential for a couple tornadoes. This, I forgot to mention, this does go until 4 a.m. Central Daylight Time, Wednesday, June 10th. We're probably not going to cover this. I have a few things in the morning I have to do before we stream, so... Isolated hail up to ping pong ball sized hail. And then scattered gusts up to 80 mile per hour likely. 811,000 people, 736 live here. There are 594 schools and 62 hospitals. That probably doesn't. That is too little for this many. For this big area, 62 hospitals. Should at least be 200 something. Oof. Oh, that's not it. This is Severe Thunderstorm Watch 298. So again, they did not go tornado watch. They actually went 10% lower than a tornado watch. So your tornado probability of 2 or more tornadoes is at 20%. They went, and the threshold for tornado watch is 30. But they did go probability of 10 or more severe wind reports, high at 70, and then here's where we're borderlining a PDS, severe thunderstorm watch, probability of 1 or more wind events greater than 65 knots. And so 65 knots in mile per hour is actually 74.8. 75. And that's at 60%. If it would be 1 more percent, we would have a PDS, severe thunderstorm watch. So again, that goes until 4 a.m., which we're probably not going to be covering till 4 a.m. We've already been live for 4 hours. So at 5:15 Central Daylight Time. And so, we are at that point where we just have regular severe thunder. I say that, and my mind, I'll confuse you. Like I've done a couple of times. Where is this radar? I swear I just saw a second Dodge City. Where is this radar? North Platte. There it is. Woo! This is going to be for 1.75 inch hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Wow. Okay. This severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. So golf ball sized hail. Halsey, you are in the path of this. Let's go and get a storm track. It's going to be here on this. The potential of a tornado is going to be there. With the storm, definitely. This is a very intense storm. This might be one of our stronger storms right now. This would be when it would be really good. This is when it's really good to green screen, but are monitoring the storm for some pretty big hail, so that is why we are kind of zoned in on this storm almost, is so we can kind of get a feel of what's happening. Especially with some of the large hail and what we were seeing today, it's definitely possible to see baseball, even golf ball sized hail. And that's what we're watching now on this storm here. And this is a considerable, so again, golf ball sized hail in the storm. And I wouldn't be surprised if Dunning, ooh, that is a very nasty hail core. So we're not seeing any tornadic rotation that's strong enough to prompt even a tornado possible tag, but it is possible for it to strengthen here in the next couple minutes and possibly develop. But for right now, we're not seeing that, and we're gonna kind of we do have rotation at about 14,000 feet. If you look, 14,000 feet. We even have some around 17,000 feet. You can tell it's really displaced from where we're actually seeing that, so. And so this is the one storm that we're watching really closely. The portal the portal storm, North Dakota storm that we were tracking, did go on to produce a large and strong tornado. I want to take a look at that real quickly. That storm has been gone for a while, but going back to Indianapolis. Indianapolis, you guys are fine. Today is, let's go back to our radar to see. Okay. I doubt that we even have a view of it. Hey, you can actually see when it was strong. So that's really cool. Going to Rollo, which we have a severe thunderstorm warning for. 4 minutes left on it. I do not expect a reissuance here from the National Weather Service, honestly. Sorry about that. I'm doing a reset right now on some things, so really aren't looking good. Alright, so bring back KBES radar. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this area that we are looking at now, Carrington and New Rockford. You guys are under this new severe thunderstorm warning here. So we're watching this one severe thunderstorm warning here. And there it is, not including New Rockford, so it must be a different National Weather Service, which I did not think it was. Alright, let's go back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We're about to do a whole view reset here, and then we're going to show you guys everything that is going on. Halsey, you just really got pounded by hail. That is a very concerning look. And not tornado-wise. Your tornado threat really is low, especially with these storms and the orientation of these storms. But we're still watching the storm where we did have one lot of hail. Yet it would not surprise me to see an upgrade to destructive. Again, that would not surprise me at all here. I'm sorry, I'm resetting this on my side screen. So what we're about to do, we're about to take a small break. Sorry, I have to take these small breaks every so often. Keeps my sanity alive. So, we're watching this storm primarily for the hail. Where I do expect an upgrade in this severe thunderstorm warning here to considerable or possibly destructive, or a new so I wouldn't be surprised, and this kind of went through Halsey. And this is the one storm, and then right here, this is the other storm. I'm really watching for hail right now. They're going to upgrade this one easily to considerable. We're about to crack open our second Dr. Pepper of the night. Again, your tornado threat is low with the storm, but it is, again, not ruled out. This area would be the area I'm watching for a tornado. And there ain't no storms there. Alright, let's go to our Omaha radar here, as we do have storms approaching. Well, looks like we may have some stationary boundaries here. It's going to be interesting. Does that show up all the time? I can't tell. That sucks. And so this storm coming towards Omaha, let's go and get a storm track on it. It'll probably be an hour, 2 hours here before. And it still looks like it's going to go on the north side. I'm going to take a look at. WAFs is still again. We'll give it about 15 minutes. Oh, we're doing this again? What? Just what? Okay, Maddock, Harlow, Brinsmaid, Minnie Walken, Minnie Wooken, Esmond, you guys, as well as Baker, need to be in your tornado safe place. Leeds as well. You guys are now under a tornado warning. Kind of got thrown off by this a little bit, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I see where it's probably rotating. Close to Maddock here. Brinsmaid, you guys in about 23, 24 minutes. Why are you not showing this video? Yes. I put it on there for a reason. So this is the area of rotation right there near Maddock that we are watching really closely. That is our area of rotation. We're going to leave this on for just a minute here. So this is our only tornado warning here in the country. And very broad rotation. I'm not quite sure why this was warned here. In North Dakota, we will most likely be live Tuesday for a significant severe weather day. So we're going to be live 3 days straight. You guys get to spend 3 days with me. Starting with today, 4 days this week in total, include Sunday. I don't really include Sunday in the week. You get to 4 out of 5 days. You get to have me stream for you guys. I should have been streaming yesterday. 113 mile per hour wind was definitely high enough for me to activate stream mode, but sorry, I like the song. So That's your tornadic rotation right there, just to the northeast of Maddock. We are watching this rotation. If it can if it can consolidate a little bit more, you might see a tornado threat really start pick up with it. I'm gonna give my opinion here. I am not a degreed meteorologist. I'm not a meteorologist at that because I'm not degreed. But I don't think this should be tornado warned unless I am missing something crucial. Who is doing this? Bismarck, Grand Forks. Thursday strikes to me as a decent day. Tomorrow definitely strikes me as a day we could see intense tornadoes. I'm definitely being struck by that right now. Again, I am not sure why this tornado warning is even in play. I'm sorry, that's just how I feel. And I mean, I don't... So, again, just stay in your safe place, because this is, still a tornado warning. Bringing this back into play here. SpongeBob SquarePants has been renewed for 18th and 19th season. I don't get this. We did have a 65 mile per hour wind gust, by the way. Alright guys, I'm going to take my break real quick. This will give me a little bit of time to get a new drink up and ready to go and some other stuff. I'll see you guys in about minute and a half because I gotta get some more ice. Okay, we're back. Oh. Uh, wow. I had to have a little rant there. We're bringing our Dr. Pepper in so I can lock in again. Definitely not locked in right now. Again, we do have a tornado warning, but the reason we're not covering it is because it's an unnecessary tornado warning, in my opinion. Coming back to our tornado warning, though, I don't I don't see the tornado here. I don't even see that a tornado is imminent. Which is actually really bad. So I'm still trying to think of what to make with this tornado warning. I really am. So, we're just looking at this one tornado warning that really shouldn't even be a tornado warning. Alright, time to lock in here. Bringing in our Hastings radar, which just crashed. Okay, not going to bring that in. I'm bringing Indianapolis radar. We're not going to keep this radar up too much longer. We're going to start exiting radars. I do not expect this to be severe or continue to be severe at this time. Therefore, I am going to close this severe. But we do have a severe storm heading towards Cleveland, which will definitely start bringing us to that. I have a mosquito biting, man. I don't know where he's at. Of course, we're exiting Hastings out. Rapid City, South Dakota. We can also X out of. That's going to cut down on a lot of our radars. We're going to keep Wichita up as these storms move towards it. I think we removed Dodge City radar. These storms have become unsevere. Now we're just watching this one storm that's severe, and it's heading towards Boot, O'Neill, and south, already north of Chambers. Here. So we do have this one tornado warning still, nothing too crazy. So, we only have one tornado warning for this whole entire day for activeness. And this is our tornado warning if it loads. Perks of having a horrible PC. We might have to bring in a quick switcheroo real quick. So that means you will see me take the stream over with my phone for a temporary 15-minute, 20-minute. Did we lose it? No, we didn't. There we go. Again, I don't understand this tornado warning's purpose. Excuse me, everyone. It is so good. Open me lock in. We have no considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, which is really good. If we continue this trend until about 12, we'll probably end at midnight. So, and we're starting to see an uptick here with the severe storms in North Dakota. Sorry, I had to search for the state name. Kind of a overview here. I mean, I guess the 45 is technically going to verify, but this is just my radar, my computer being slow. Please ignore. There we go. We can become fast again. So, and now we're at the point where we're starting to see our severe warnings pick up here. On this portion of the line, we're going to have to bring in MVX radar pretty soon. Oop. Did not mean to do that. Probably when we get to about Jamestown, we're going to move our Bismarck radar to MVX. 6 radar. To get thankful when I know the truth about this is unfortunate. So we're going to be watching the storm here as it moves into the Cleveland Metro. On the West Cleveland Metro, it is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's a regular severe thunderstorm warning. That's all it is, and that's all it will be. I think we just brought in a new warning. Life is a TV show. If you try me, it'll be canceled. Juice WRLD. Sorry, I like Juice WRLD. I like Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD. Juice WRLD. Somehow my clocks have become slow again. Alright, now let's go to our Wichita radar, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning here. Heading towards Ellsworth. Holyrood, excuse me. So, we're watching this severe thunderstorm warning 2 near Ellsworth. It is moving into your area, and it is currently warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds and nickel-sized hail. Storms as they move to Wichita. Storms are moving in that general direction, are dying off. Which is really, really good news. Again, guys, I will be going to college in a while, so... I'm going to try to get early morning classes, but I do have one special, which is law enforcement. So, that way, if I don't get accepted into OU, we have that to fall back on and finish. So, coming back to this radar, we're going to get to our tornado warning here, which, I want to move this paper here. So, the paper I'm actually moving is the supercells. I have been doing some work on that stuff, doing typical nerd things. I also kind of did some on, I'm going to move all the papers. I also kind of did a little bit on the vorticity and kind of the storm, so how it gets tilted up. Very basic view of it, but still view at the end of the day. And so this is our only tornado warning. It should be canceled. I don't see the reason in this tornado warning. I really don't. So this is our only tornado warning, and they have updated it somewhat somehow. I don't know what, but my MSPC just posted something. Cancels Weather Watch 293. There you go. There you go. Tornado warning has been dropped, finally. I definitely didn't know if it was going to be dropped here or not, but so if I continue this, about 11:30 will probably end. And then we will be on standby mode until I fall asleep. So you might see a part 2 to this coverage. Definitely gonna go 6 hours today, that's for sure. So, considerable severe thunderstorm warning now in Nebraska. So it's going to be on this cell where we do have a 67 mile per hour wind gust. As of 6 minutes ago, we were about to check on this storm. And this is the storm that is entering this South Dakota pretty soon. Bag. 20K in the coil, bag. We're watching this storm. Apparently it could produce a tornado. It won't. I don't think any of these storms will. This one is the only one that realistically has a shot at doing that. Alright, to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in just a second though. So this is a good song. So I gotta stretch here real quick. So, right as we stand, I can see this just being a slight risk. Hold up. I think I'm gonna create my forecast really quickly. Kind of based off of every single thing happening right now. And so this is only going to be a wind risk and a tornado risk. I'm going to get you guys... We're going to have to pull up the Aberdeen radar pretty shortly. Coming back to here, where we do again have that severe thunderstorm warning heading towards. Going off to our Minot radar here. We're watching these storms here. Going to our Bismarck radar, we're going to go down this line entirely. Bringing in our... We're going to have to bring in ABR real quick. Hold up. Yeah, we're going to bring in ABR in just a second here. Okay, there we go. There's our new. So we can bring this to Aberdeen. We're seeing a severe thunderstorm with a little bit of hail going through Highmore right now, but nothing too crazy. Now moving to our North Platte radar. Sorry, I'm making a forecast on my side screen, so you guys are... We're looking at this considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. And this is for a 67 mile per hour wind report that was put in. And we're watching this really closely here. So again, this considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been extended to like Andres, Bonesteel, Pickstown, and Wagner. This is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning. We do have a couple Texas severe thunderstorm warnings as well. So this is our only considerable severe thunderstorm warning in the country. So watching this severe thunderstorm right now, we're not seeing too much from it at this time. It is, again, I do expect to be downgraded shortly to a severe thunderstorm warning for the area here. So we're starting to see this line kind of light up with severe thunderstorm warnings. So we're going back to Bismarck radar. Thank you. Probably around Jamestown to Lemoore, we're going to switch over to MVX radar, which is one of our other radars. We just had a severe thunderstorm warning for a couple of Kansas counties for an hour. If my heart hope to won't give up, I'm gonna try. My wings are made of wax, spread them to the sun, I fly. Sorry. Alright, so we're watching this line that is currently severe. It has had reports of 60, 61 mile per hour winds in it. Not too high, so it's really good news coming from this storm. This complex is not as intense as forecast, and we hope tomorrow is not as intense as forecast. What sucks is we're not getting our morning balloon launches in these areas. A good chunk of it, actually, and that is the reason why, in my opinion, your forecasts are becoming increasingly worse. I have some other thoughts behind the forecast becoming increasingly worse, but I'm not going to say them here on YouTube. DM me on Twitter, KellyRoseWX, or DM me on Instagram, KellyRose_WX, and I'll kind of let you in on my thoughts as to what's happening, but I'm not going to discuss them here on YouTube for some, I don't want to be targeted reasons. So, there you go, that's, there you go. But this is part of the reason we're not really seeing our better forecasts, because you're missing balloon data all through this area. We don't have balloon data anywhere in this area. We don't. And we only have it at 18Z. We need our 12Zs to kind of get the feel for the atmosphere in the morning. Okay, what is the atmosphere doing here? I don't think we're even doing specials right now in that area, these areas, which on days like this, that becomes really helpful. Skimming cube, the skimming. So, we do only have flash flood warning, severe thunderstorm warnings. We are flash flood warning list as well. So we are at 14 severe thunderstorm warnings. Let's start from our furthest south in Kansas. But first, our severe thunderstorm in Ohio, that was the storm that is heading into the Cleveland metro, is no longer severe. And we'll kind of give updates every so often on this storm here. So kind of coming to our Wichita radar, we're seeing a little bit. We do have this special weather statement, multiple special weather statements. We're going to start at the border of Kansas. Oh, excuse me, everyone. So these storms are not severe. I don't expect them to be severe. We are watching this for the potential of the severe gusts, 55-mile-per-hour and penny-sized hails. We are watching that really closely. That's not why we're at this radar right now. We're about to have to switch radars. We're going to go ahead and switch radars. We can come back to our Wichita radar in just a second. We're going to go to our Nebraska radar here, as we do have a storm coming close to the Omaha metro on the west side. Watching this, and it is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. This is going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Areas that are about to see some impact are Utan and the Valley, which is actually where our radar is. That's where we're expecting to see some of our, what do you call it? Impacts. We are seeing impacts on Wahoo, Meade, and Ithaca. Our greatest wind right now appears to be this area here, with a primary focus here. So I'm going to highlight that in black for you guys really quick. We need a custom color that does not interfere with our radar. Kind of this area here, but severe gusts probably in this whole area here. And we can confirm this. There you go, there's where I drew up. Alright, moving to our Topeka radar here. Which will be worth looking at here shortly. The storm is going over Ellisworth right now. It's coming towards Westfall, Lincoln, and Barnard. Wow. I cannot pronounce today. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for nickel-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is moving northeast at 25. And we're looking at 10,000 feet from the radar. We gotta have a little bit closer, but you're damaging wind. We did have a report 6 minutes ago. Semi flipped over on I-70 at mile marker 204, 3 miles northwest of Wilson, and this is law enforcement confirmed. So your greatest wind is between Wilson and in the middle of your storm on the edge of it, kind of. That's where your greatest wind is right now along that storm. Moving to our Omaha radar, which we have already went over. Topeka, Kansas. That's our radar that we're just using. Going to North Platte radar here. Near Boot, Lynch, and Napier, they have downgraded that to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning, but they do have that, have downgraded it to a base. But they do have that considerable for Bone Steel and Lake Andres right now. Going to our Aberdeen, South Dakota radar. We do have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Miller and Wessington almost. And Ree Heights. And this is going to be for 70 mile per hour winds, and it shows less than penny-sized hail, but I do expect a penny to nickel-sized hail with this storm, in my opinion. That's my personal opinion on this. We are at 12 severe thunderstorm warnings, by the way. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning here. For Grand Valley, you guys are about to see impacts from this. It's going to rain pretty quickly and very briefly, actually. Then we have this severe thunderstorm warning for Faulkton and Orient, which you guys are currently seeing impacts as we speak. The gust front is there. It's impacting you. Your winds have switched directions. Miranda, Chespard, and Rockham. You guys are going to see impacts here shortly from this severe thunderstorm. Let's kind of give you guys an estimated time of arrival here for your gust front. This blue line represents 15 minutes. And so that's your impact here, Chespard in 15 minutes. Moving up north to our McPherson and Edmonds counties, we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for Roscoe and Loyalton. You guys are seeing impacts right now. I would not be surprised to see Long Lake, Lelola, Watonka, Mina, and Ipswich. A new severe thunderstorm warning that would kind of look like this. I do expect that to be kind of a new severe thunderstorm warning, or what they may do. I've also seen this. Kind of do a really big issuance here. That is realistically possible as well. All these areas will be impacted by at least a portion of this line. Possibly severe, possibly not. Moving off to our Bismarck radar, which we're about to switch over. We do see this severe thunderstorm warning south of Carrington, north of Jamestown, but impacting Pengree, Boot Shannon, Spiritwood Lake, Courtenay, Kensal, and Bordulac, with impacts currently being felt in Woodworth, with potential of sorry, I had to move that up just a little bit. With potential impacts right now being felt in Woodworth, with a little bit of hail possible. Very little hail. They're going to be small, maybe pea-sized at that. Less than that, maybe. And do we even measure less than pea-sized hail? But that's about it from there. And then moving to our Minot radar here. We see a little bit of a hail core moving into Olson. Lawton, Brockett, Edmore, Hampton, and Wales, you guys are about to see impacts from this severe thunderstorm. 60-mile-per-hour winds, and I would say probably half-inch hail, if that. So definitely some small hail going on right now in this area. So with this severe thunderstorm, we're watching it as it moves into those areas. But let's go back to our considerable. First, I want to go to our we are seeing it kind of move, and it may possibly miss the Cleveland Metro. We're going to keep this radar open, and we're going to check on it occasionally, but right now we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in this area. We don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings in Ohio, period. We do have a couple of special weather statements, though. Yes. Kind of going to Aberdeen, South Dakota radar here. We did have a gust of 74 mile an hour. So we're at about 75 mile per hour winds, and this was measured by Mesonet Station 312 and Ree Heights per the South Dakota Department of Transportation, SD.dot. And then we did have a report on the southern portion of it. Report also included some small hail, public 60 mile per hour wind gust here, so definitely something to be watching here. We did priorly have penny-sized hail report for Casey Keller. That does make sense for that area. They did want to bring in L and X radar. We do have good news here for Bone Steel and Lake Andres. They have downgraded your severe thunderstorm warning to base. So we did have that considerable tag on it, which meant 70 mile per hour winds were in it. They do not anticipate 70 mile per hour winds anymore. We're back down to 60 mile per hour winds, and this is moving at 65 mile an hour. So let's go ahead and get storm motion here. I regret that already. Are we sure that it's moving it? 65 mile an hour. So Lake Andres, less than 10 minutes. After this, your severe weather threat's pretty much done. So, again, that's your severe thunderstorm warning there. And we're going to bring the storm track. Boot, you're being currently impacted. We're going to bring in the motion from there, and that is actually more atrocious. So again, 65 mile per hour, just had a different direction, so. Bringing our Bismarck radar back again. I'm kind of watching this portion of the line here. I for severe wind gusts. We're not seeing too many severe wind gusts in this. Let me rephrase that. Wow, too many significant wind gusts in this area, but we are still seeing the potential of that. So we are watching this one severe thunderstorm warning again. We're going to call these out again because we don't have any tornado warnings that need direct vision attention. So we're able to like monitor. Sorry. So we are at 12 severe thunderstorm warnings for right now, which is really good. There we go, we got my mouse back. We are kind of watching this. Hell, didn't we start right before? So we've covered a lot of miles today. I think we started right before Dakota really started picking up. So we are watching this area here. Let's go ahead and bring in our NVX radar. I'm pretty sure I need to go ahead and switch 8,876. Okay, 8,000 feet, period. Versus what? So this is the portion where we're starting to move out of this radar. We've been live for 5 hours and 30 minutes. Versus 4 or 5. Okay, so both radar really has their perks. We're gonna use this one. Here though, we're monitoring this near Edmore, and this new severe thunderstorm warning goes to Grafton, Bathgate, Cavalier, Walhalla, Mountain, Edinburgh, Hopewell, Park River, Adams, Lincoln, Fairdale, Langdon. 9. So this is the area that we are watching really closely. I'm going to check the SPC for updates really quickly, which I wouldn't be surprised if that tornado watch, realistically, that just got issued to I think 3 a.m. Gets replaced with a severe thunderstorm watch, or even just plain canceled. Because the severe weather threat associated with that is very low. And we do have another considerable severe thunderstorm warning. So we're going to go take a look at that here with our South Dakota radar, wherever it is. And it is an extension warning here for your southern portion of that considerable, where we did have a report of 74-mile-per-hour winds. Anything for my bros? Or not my bros? Excuse me. So this new severe thunderstorm warning for Broadland, Wolsey, Huron, Virgil, Alpena, Wessington Springs, Yale, Cape, Cavour, Iroquois Springs, Iroquois Springs, and we have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning for South Aberdeen. I'm about to have to take a restroom break, by the way, guys. Sorry about that. The new severe thunderstorm warning: Ashton, Millette, Warner, Mansfield, Redfield, Rockham, Chestbard, Hitchcock. Yes, Hitchcock. I'm for real. Yeah. Ain't gonna make it. So I like this song a lot. Sorry about that, everyone. We did have a report of 77-mile-per-hour winds by a train spotter. That should effectively put us at destructive here. I wonder if they counted this. No, they did not. So I wouldn't be surprised if I see our destructive tag here. Alright guys, I'm going to use restroom before we see that. I'm sorry, I got to go. Sorry about that, everyone. I had to use the restroom, but we are back. We are streaming and live. Again, we did see that report of 77-mile-per-hour winds right before I left, so yeah, that's back. That just doesn't like me. I was part of a server called WarnView, which was going to be the new ticker we were going to use, but apparently development's no longer happening on that. Because I'm right, the same super serious sort of game. I don't even think I'm on that server anymore. I think the server got deleted. I was born view feed 3, but I'm gonna guess that we're not doing that anymore. Alright, back to the weather, where we do have, again, some very damaging winds and possibly even destructive winds here. Alright, why are you blowing up? I'm gonna go ahead and power this phone off. So, I actually have my, so this is the video phone for storm chasing. I have it on because we're going through April 25th footage, and I'm trying to transfer all the files and stuff so I can give them to you guys. We have a new destructive severe thunderstorm warning here. I think we're gonna have to look at on FSD radar. LNX radar. Where is you at? We're looking at 13. Yeah, it's time to switch radars. Don't go to sleep. Don't go. Stay up. Sorry, guys. You guys will hear that from time to time. It, like, definitely a lot better view on this storm here. Considering 6,000 feet here was 15,000 feet on that other radar. That's definitely 10 times better. We are starting a TikTok very soon. So, we are now up to 5 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. We were just at 1. When I left stream, we were at 2. Again, this portion of the line is really weakening below severe limits. I'm not going to say it's going to stay below severe limits. That's not what I'm going to say here. About Jamestown, Ellendale, we're going to... we're going to switch. But, we are still watching this severe thunderstorm, this complex here, for the potential of severe thunderstorm warnings, especially anywhere along the line. Not really many. I could see this getting a severe thunderstorm warning here. It does have a little bit of strong wind in it, but nothing insanely crazy at this time. Probably a good MV. But other than that, that's about everything I see there. We're going to check on KMVX. And we have followed this storm line for a whopping 5 hours and 43 minutes. Longest I've streamed in a long time. And this stream hasn't been too bad. I think about hour 4 I started kind of getting a little... But once I kind of recovered from that, the stream went good again. That's something about me. Sorry about that. I just hit you guys. There are some streams I just don't do well at all. Now what you guys are seeing here is my personal water. So I have this water cup, which I'm actually about to have to refill pretty soon. That keeps my voice from just dying on you guys. I kind of want to take this view here. Oh, MRMS would do so good. We're going to bring in Weatherfront. If I had a better computer, I think we'd be using Weatherfront way too often. We are not going to have warnings on, however. I just, want to bring Weatherfront in here. Kind of show this is expansive. Let's go ahead and take a measurement here. Over 300 miles of continuous. And if we really want to include Canada, 454 miles here. No, shit. Mishaps happen. That's why I don't use it as much. We're still watching this severe thunderstorm warning too. It's moving slow-ish. Let's go get a storm track here. This is going to be reaching Minnesota in 46 minutes. 46 to 48 minutes. It's the morning again. It's the morning again. I grailed this song. It's called Morning Again. For a very long time. Going back to Aberdeen, South Dakota. Wow, South Carolina. I think I'm used to hurricanes, which we haven't covered a hurricane. We haven't streamed a hurricane in a really long time. I think, 2024 was the last time we actually streamed a hurricane. Hurricanes are usually our longer streams. Oh, we did have a 69 mile per hour noise. 10 minutes ago, we did have a 69 mile per hour wind report coming from the Mesonet station, Rockham, but per South Dakota Mesonet. 6 miles south of Rockham. around. So we've seen some considerably high winds in here, but thought we might see a destructive tag temporarily there. We had the 77 mile per hour wind near Fulton. Fulton? Yeah, Fulton. Again, we're about to change our setup just a tad bit. We will be adding green screen capabilities. Again, we did this back in 2024. I think early 2025 as well. I'm not sure. Did we do early 2025? I know we were green screening 2024. No, I can't drive still. What was I about to say? I didn't forget. $77 miles per hour. So we will be going into June 10th here for Central Daylight Time. We might actually go until 1 a.m. Central. I'm debating 1:50 and 1:20 in time here. So we are watching this line here. It is considerable. The reason you guys kind of hear me emphasize on considerable is when you're just saying a regular severe thunderstorm warning, you're not going to get much reaction. Well, severe thunderstorm warnings are really normal. Really normal. And so when you hear me kind of considerable, people kind of listen a little bit. I've actually had multiple people DM me like, you emphasize on considerable, you emphasize on the tag because people listen. They said that's the only reason that it was only one person that said this one. It's the only reason they actually didn't have a tree fall on their head was because they listened. When I see that, okay, that's why we emphasize considerable. That's why we emphasize PDS tornado warning. That's why we emphasize destructive severe thought. That's why we're emphasizing tags. Or that's why I personally do it. You get a little bit more reaction out of people, especially where you need it. So, continuing our severe thunderstorm warnings, we do have a 73. I thought that said 79. I was like, what did I miss? Let's go down to that severe thunderstorm warning. We haven't checked in a while, have we? We are now down to 10 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's been a long time since we've been down that low. Kind of moving off, I do want to check in here with our friends in Cleveland. This storm still kind of moving in your direction. Kind of moving more southeast, though, towards Burlington Heights, Wellington, Oberlin, Medina. It still has a mostly easterly trajectory, though. So you're kind of seeing it kind of start going southeast here. So downtown Cleveland, we're going to be watching this cell for you guys. It is special weather statemented for 50 mile per hour winds. So, alright, going back to Kansas here, we haven't checked in Kansas in a long time. And we only have one severe thunderstorm warning in all of Kansas. Where we do have 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts in this storm, and again, less than penny-sized hail. These are actually very small storms. So, so we're kind of watching this as well. This is a regular severe thunderstorm warning. The kind of stay indoors, away from windows here if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. Good news, we are now at 8 severe thunderstorm warnings for the current. I want to bring this radar view back just really briefly here. We do have a little bit of hail quartz. It doesn't look like it is severe at this time, but we are monitoring for the potential of severe out of it. We're actually about to leave. Once we get to Ellendale, we're going to leave this radar past. Let's bring in our Aberdeen, South Dakota radar here. We have a gust front in front of this, which is really beautiful in my opinion. I'm one of those people that I like gust fronts. They look really cool sometimes. The shelf cloud with them. I've seen striated shelf clouds with gust fronts. They are really cool. Some of them don't look as amusing as others, but that's beside the point here. But this gust front, so what the gust front is, it's where your winds change direction and pick up ahead of a storm. It is really kind of what we call an alpha boundary technically, but it's the leading edge of the cold pool, and it is really cool to witness them. As a storm chaser, I've chased for about 2.5 years. We're coming up on 3 in September. I've had my fair share of these. Most of my chases are QLCS. I've only had 3 supercells. 1 classic, 1 hybrid. Classic turned into a high precipitation. And that the one that was hybrid was actually Ada, Oklahoma, April 25th, kind of that storm. And then I missed the rough tornado, but I got some 70-mile-per-hour winds out of that, so that was actually really cool. So gust fronts are really cool. Never saw a gust front that day. That drive home was insane. Thought I was gonna bust out my windshield. Alright, anyways, we are down to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And 4 of these are going to be considerable. So here's your FSD. Let's get an FSD radar. We did have a 59-mile-per-hour report. The 73 was about 20 minutes ago. I wouldn't be surprised if we see the downgrade to a base severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of based off of everything I'm seeing. South Dakota just got a severe thunderstorm warning update, and I don't see it. And we're now at 9. Okay, so that is your new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go and take a look at that here on the Aberdeen radar. now in a severe thunderstorm warning if you are in Aberdeen, Groton, Cond, Clark, Hecla, Langford. You are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Kind of be away from windows. Kind of stay inside. If you go outside, you will see a shelf cloud. When that shelf cloud gets close, go inside. Other than that, I'm not going to say don't go out and view the storm, because that's a really cool opportunity to see a shelf cloud if you've never seen one, which if you're from this area you probably have. So we do expect 60-mile-per-hour winds in this storm, and not really any hail. Very small hail, less than penny size for sure. Pea size as possible. Moving up to our MVX radar, where we do have this severe thunderstorm warning for extreme northeastern North Dakota. Here. And we're watching this gust front. You guys can go outside and view this. Just beware of lightning. When it starts to pass over you, kind of go inside a little bit. Not seeing any special weather statements from it. I'm also not seeing special weather statements loading on this at all. Let me check if they have any special weather statements at all using Radar Scope, which is my storm chasing app. Not my app, but so we're how do you spell rain? Not R-A-I-N, or R-E-I. So So we are at 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. So I do expect this one to be canceled shortly because I just don't see the severe portion of this here. Come to me. Sorry, I'm vibing over here with some really good music. Sorry, guys. Ooh, I haven't heard this song in so long. Well, alright, yeah, alright. Words are fused with the fire, catastrophic, and you ignite. So guys, you guys have piqued my music here. Mood change, mood change. So, with these storms, we do have a couple considerables, especially down here where we did again have a 73 mile per hour wind report 10 minutes ago. So, with that new severe thunderstorm warning, I want to go to it just really quickly in Aberdeen. And we only have two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings left here tonight. Buried alive. All words are fused to the fire. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we see both of these warnings downgraded here to regular severe thunderstorm warnings here in the next few minutes. That definitely wouldn't throw a surprise to me at all. Slumber. Alright, let's move to pretty much all of South Dakota, border to border, north to south, is under severe thunderstorm warnings. So here's the... We have no severe thunderstorm warnings other than these. This is why we haven't been going back and forth as much. Going to Cleveland, we do have this new flash flood warning, which is being played down there where our warnings go. Helena, Fremont, Clyde, turn around, don't drown, avoid flooded roadways. The roadway may look like it's little water, but speaking from personal experience, it might not be. I'm not saying I drove through. I was watching a car. This was actually a couple days ago. I was watching a car and the road was like washed out. It was a high lifted truck. It didn't damage the truck too bad, but the truck went like at me, and I had to call someone else to help pull that person out. They didn't realize the road was washed out. And I said, yeah, that turn around, don't drown. But I also have a county commissioner that does not take care of my roads at all, so. We have our Kansas radar. The storms have fizzled out completely. We're removing that radar out of our way. Bringing our Nebraska radar, we can see that we've decayed significantly. I'm not too sure why that tornado watch was even considered here. I would have thought severe thunderstorm watch, but you know, I'm not criticizing there. I am kind of criticizing, I guess. Now we only have 4. We started with 9 radars open. That's really good news when we can say that. This is starting to be outran by that gust front. Realistically, this severe thunderstorm warning is about to end in 19 minutes. This has been in effect a long time here. Your scars are really gorgeous. Dark blue. So and that's what we're watching really now, is this one, these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm trying not to end with a considerable tonight, considering that was the main reason we went live today for you guys. I love music. We have a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning. Let's get to that. Okay, we did upgrade here to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen here. Definitely having around 60 to possibly 70 miles per hour moving into Aberdeen right now. Maybe some 60 mile per hour right along that line here where that gust front, and you can actually see that gust front. We're upgrading a new, so we're back up to 4. We are also at 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. That is really good. 1 North Dakota, and other than that, it would literally be all South Dakota. And I expect that North Dakota to either expire or to be canceled. So that's certainly good news coming from that. So we're going to kind of keep our focus really down here on this portion of the line. kind of looking at something on my side screen here, but let's go ahead and zoom in. Huh? You guys should try that. I'm looking at my storm chasing potential Thursday over streaming. I just see a monster supercell slabbing my house. That's not all we factor in. It's not exactly my house, but part of my chase territory though. That's not all I look at, but we're also at 48-hour HRRR. It's just for fun. But we do have a good storm chase chance, and I have stuff to do that Thursday, so we might not have coverage Thursday. I've said this before, my local community, not really local, kind of local, comes before places. If that makes any sense, I'm sorry. But you guys can catch my chases on Facebook, Killer SWX. We're definitely watching some strong wind here moving into. Let's move back south to our other severe thunderstorm warning here. Moving towards the FSD radar in Sioux Falls. Also, this is some fire department coffee merch. Really cool, by the way. Really comfortable. Six severe thunderstorm warnings active and one flash flood warning. That is really good. Alright, we're watching the area for the potential of 70-mile-per-hour wind. Let's go and bring the storm track from this. Oh, well. So that's why it was upgraded. We had a 76-mile-per-hour wind gust reported on a personal weather station northeast of Platte. 11 miles northeast of Platte. Yeah. So again, so certainly good news coming from this. Wait, I forgot to check NAM nested because it's definitely in view of that. Even though it is going to be horrible or atrocious, one of the two. Yeah. Somehow I feel like that's more accurate than what I just saw on the triple R. So it does show a very strong MCS kind of going through this area actually. No. This area here, St. Joseph area. Though, which I do think is going to be minorly accurate. And then, it has a linear basis bias. So, kind of just looking at models there. Just some reflectivity, which, again, that is not a forecasting tool. That's not accurate most of the time, actually. It's just something I make fun of. And it gives me hope that I actually get a storm chase. I see Tuesday having multiple issues, so... So again, we have this severe thunderstorm, which is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds coming into Plankinton. So we're still watching this area here. So, we still have these two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and then your considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Aberdeen. Let's go ahead and take a look at where we do have some pretty strong winds, it looks like, in the Aberdeen metro here, where we did have a 78-mile-per-hour wind gust as of 6 minutes ago. So, again, that could warrant the destructive tag being brought out for that portion of the storm. Definitely looked like a downburst in my opinion, kind of based off of velocities. It looked like a downburst. And this, we're going to keep a closer eye on this, really, as this storm kind of moves through the areas that we're looking at here. With 6 severe thunderstorm warnings, again, 3 of which are critical, critical. Never thought I'd be saying that, but critical potential. We just had a severe thunderstorm warning updated. As you guys saw that new tag, so I wonder if it's going to be this one, 1126. That would verify, I'm pretty sure, that new severe thunderstorm watch is risking. I want to check that out on radar scope. Yep. It falls barely in the county. Literally, it barely falls in that severe thunderstorm watch. So that severe thunderstorm watch did technically verify. MRMS definitely looks very beautiful. I'm going to take a look at on weather-wise, which I think has MRMS for Canada as well. If not, we're definitely screenshotting radar. Trying to turn off reports. And traffic cameras. Oh, we did have a new area here. Bringing our Bismarck radar here, we're about to end. Once we get to like Jamestown, fully, we're gonna completely knock out our KBIS radar And we'll be able to knock out that, and that'll be 3 radars left. Coming back to our storm near Cleveland, it looks to miss the Cleveland Metro, which is really good, impacting the very western tip of the metro, if it does. Oh, I haven't heard this song in a long time. Alright, I'm bringing in Weatherfront really quickly. Again, we'd be using Weatherfront if I had to get a computer, but... Just to show how expansive this is, here you go. The squall line extends all the way from Winnipeg. Where kind of looks like we have a tornado trying. Never mind, we don't. I don't know why local radars on these, like, weather-wise as well doesn't load. Beautiful squall line going through Aberdeen right now, though. Probably live until 12:30. Very beautiful squall line. My faithfulness cap. So, again, very beautiful. I wonder if we have a full loop of the day here. We slightly do. I know we have a full loop of the day here. 6 hours. We're gonna bring in the 12-hour loop, I guess. Woohoo! They just, wow. I really like looking at footage like this. So we don't have any tornado warnings. We do only have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. So this is your literal event for 12 whole hours. About the time we went live is here. Was it 5? Yeah, it was 5 Central. And then it turned into this squall line where we've had multiple destructive winds. So, certainly really cool. Alright, let's move back to South Dakota here, where we are watching winds moving into Aberdeen of over 70 miles per hour. Canada. I'm not even going to include. We're going to here 6/9/2026, 11:40 p.m. CDT. That way people know. So really cool to kind of see that. Alright, let's move back to our FSD radar after one look at Bismarck, where we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning here. For 60 mile per hour winds. So 60-mile-per-hour winds are in this storm. I know it's not going to be this, obviously. What am I picking up on this radar? Right now, that radar. What about Aberdeen? Aberdeen picking that up really well? Easily. Oh, with that in mind, Bismarck, goodbye to your radar. We've had you open that whole day. Alright, let's go up. Never mind. They did cancel that severe thunderstorm warning here. So they finally canceled that. It just got canceled right before it expired. So that's really cool. 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. We're probably going to have this radar open until the end of the stream. We're going to keep that radar open just in case. Going back to Aberdeen radar, where all of our severe thunderstorm warnings except one is in reach of. And we are now down to 3 severe thunderstorm warnings. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new one here on this portion of line for this portion, really, but you know, if we don't, that's really good. What are we looking at? 4,000 or 5,000 feet? Horrible. Okay, so we just again watched the storm go through Aberdeen with 78-mile-per-hour winds in it. So 72-mile-per-hour winds are kind of being seen in this storm here. Excuse me. Oof. And these are our 3 severe thunderstorm warnings right now. So if we can end at a reasonable time, that would be really good. So this severe thunderstorm warning here expires at 12:45 a.m. Central Daylight Time. These 2 severe thunderstorm warnings both expire at 12:15. So we're really just watching these new severe. Yeah, there it is. There's your new severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes until 12:30, which we're probably not going to stay live till 12:30. I plan to end around 12, 12:10, even with these considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. And so, you guys have any questions? Let me know. We're about to make it to June 10th, where we will have another stream later in the day, possibly early, possibly not. I'm going to set my alarm for 8 a.m. so I can do some work. We were mostly live I'm going to be honest, just for Aberdeen. That's kind of why we mostly stayed live here most of this time. Choppa oozing. So we're up to 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. It's not bad, but they are really long. We're just kind of gonna watch this storm. Excuse me. And a DeLorean in Florida. Nor is it? So, we only have these 4 severe thunderstorm warnings here, and I think this is where we start ending it here. I don't really want to go much further than this, so I can get some sleep for you guys, because we are, again, going to be working a little bit earlier in the morning so we can stream for you guys in the morning, in the day. Alright, let's kind of see where we expect to start streaming. Possibly 1 p.m. at the... As our rate kind of looks, 1 p.m. is a very possible start time. 1 p.m. is a very probable start time. And there are multiple rounds with this. So it's not going to be one and done here. I'm going to monitor it. Going through Illinois around 17. Looks like about 12, maybe a little after, for our stream start tomorrow. So it's going to be, again, another very long day here. Yeah, that doesn't line up at all, so I don't care. Alright, guys, I think from here we are going to end it off, though. I do want to get sleep tonight. That way I can be ready to work. 8 hours of sleep would be nice. I'll probably only get 2. I don't sleep well. That's not for you guys to know, though. Alright, thank you guys for tuning in. We are at 5 severe thunderstorm warnings now. Oof. This is an extension here for Valley City, Fingal, Enderlin, Lisbon, Foreman, and Litchville. Last time we called out Enderlin was 2 days ago, and the day prior to that was June 20th, which that stream is no longer on YouTube for some reason. I wasn't even, I don't know, was I covering? Good question. Alright, that doesn't matter. Alright, guys, thank you guys for tuning in today for this stream here. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information, even though I'm not degreed yet. But we will be getting a degree in meteorology in 5 years. That's when I plan to get that's when I plan to have the degree in hand, is 5 years. So, again, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information today. Oh, I have a sharp pain. If you are ahead of this line all the way to Minneapolis, kind of be aware today that, hey, tonight I have a little bit of severe weather. Nothing too crazy. We will be streaming later, if you are in Eastern Time, later today. If you are not in Eastern Time, tomorrow. Possibly even 12 hours from now. Hopefully a little bit more than that. That's starting to make me regret even thinking about ending. Where they issued that warning was just horrible, so I'm not going to worry about that. Also, that's Bismarck. Bismarck has had some questionable warnings. Well, it's definitely not questionable. Jamestown, you probably want to be inside. You got a little bit of hail coming your way. Oh, this might get extended into Silby, Spiritwood Lake. And we are not going to be ending anytime soon. Here we go, tornado warning. Well, yeah, our chance of ending has dropped to 0 for 40 minutes. For 50 minutes. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage was located over Bradley, or 15 miles. So, here we go. That's your tornadic rotation. I was kind of afraid. That's why we were trying to end, so I didn't have to cover this tornado. That's a joke, obviously. I did not think it was going to get tornado warned that quick. So we now have a tornado warning, keeping us live for a lot longer. So Bradley, Wallace, Florence, Lily, Marvin, South Shore, you need to be in your tornado safe place right now. Let's go get a storm track on the rotation here. We have, I think, multiple areas, in my opinion. No, just one. And this is going to track 15 minutes. It's going to be over rural areas, which is really good news. But we try not to end on streams unless necessary. Alright, I'm going to go use... we don't try to end on tornado warnings unless absolutely necessary. Alright, I'm going to go use the restroom. I'm sorry, guys, I have to use the restroom again. And then we're going to lock in for this tornado warning here. Thank you guys. I'll be back in 60 to 80 seconds. Alright, sorry about that, everyone. Had to take a quick restroom break. So we have this tornado warning here. Broad rotation. That's another area of rotation we're going to be watching really closely. Bradley, we have a new tornado warning here. Same expiration time here. Okay, I see the tornado warning here. Come on. Florence, your phone is going off, and know that. Florence, South Shore, Marvin, your phones are going off again. This ain't by mistake. This is a brand new tornado warning here, and both of these are going until 12:45 a.m. Hello. Welcome to June 10th, 2026. We are currently live with 2 tornado warnings, one for Bradley, Wallace, Florence, South Shore, and Marvin. Another tornado warning for Garden City, where your rotation is right over Garden City here. Florence, South Shore, and Marvin. It is officially June 10th, 2025. 2026, excuse me. So we're watching. I have 3 areas really of rotation in here. Here, here, and here. I don't see any debris signature telling me that there's a tornado on the ground. I don't see that with this storm. So that really good news here. Again, these tornado warnings were just issued here recently. Just about as we were about to end. It could get hectic. We are now back up to 7 severe thunderstorm warnings. 6 of which are considerable. Let's go ahead and zoom back in on these tornado warnings here. You just let's see. Oh, yeah. Kind of watching this fall apart really rapidly near Cleveland. It will not impact Cleveland. There we go. They can't keep up. Yep. Oh, yep. Very beautiful. That's right there. I wouldn't be surprised to see a new severe thunderstorm warning going towards Mayville here, as the storm is starting to really pack some winds again. But that's not why we're live, actually. Still. We're going to our Sioux Falls radar, which is our southern radar. Kind of watching this last considerable severe thunderstorm warning here. So, alright, let's go to our tornado warnings again. So, again, I want to focus here on these tornado warnings. Currently making a new Facebook post for Florence. So, both tornado warnings expire at 12:45 a.m. CDT. Cover. I gotta tag the stream. I'll have fun of covering storms. Who's the man now? Okay, there we go. Now we're back. Multiple pockets of rotation, in my opinion, coming from these. I'm only seeing one that really lines up with reflectivity, and that's this one here. So, we are being welcomed with open arms into our 7th hour of coverage with tornado warnings. And Marvin, you are under 2 as well, the South Shore. Trey, you are also under the southern tornado warning here. We're going to call the southern tor warning. I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of let it go, because that rotation has moved. So the only areas I'm seeing of rotation is here and here. These are our only rotational air. Shut up. Even then, that just... I kill with... You know, I'm a rookie, far from a beginner. So these are our only 2 tornado warnings. Then we're about to get a broad view here. We do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings here. We've seen an uptick here with 8 severe thunderstorm warnings. Just about to get ready to go live, end here, but know I'm not missing anything. Law enforcement confirmed tornado now, so let's get another storm track on this storm. Where did they... Near Henry. I am now intrigued. Sorry. What? Anyways, this is moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So this is going to go into South Shore in about 30 minutes. South Shore, you need to be in your safe place right now. Do not wait till you see her here. Innermost in a pretty gas and stood building, avoid windows if you're outdoors or in a mobile home. Seek shelter inside a substantial shelter, so brick building, concrete building, something like that. This will be over State Highway 20 pretty quickly here in approximately 8 minutes. I'm definitely kind of confused by this tornado warning being observed. I want to bring in this view here. I just want to make a post. Again, observed tornado, so it is on the ground doing damage at this time. I will say this right now that law enforcement confirmed tornadoes have history of not being a tornado. Not knocking our law enforcement partners down. It being nighttime, I wouldn't be surprised, but if that was the case, because I'm not seeing that. So you do have a little bit of rotation on this clear area here, but that... So, again, observe tornado. Emergency manager. So, again, observe tornado warning, and then you have your tornadic rotation here on this northern storm here. Unless it was a... I can't see it. So, we're going to treat this as a tornado is on the ground, however. So there's your considerable severe thunderstorm warning expiring from Aberdeen. So I want to go ahead and take our FSD radar here to take a look here and see. We do have areas where we're picking up 70, 75 mile per hour wind. So definitely going to be close to that considerable range here. So, trying to see what, okay, that's what changed. Coming back to our tornado warnings here, I wouldn't be surprised if we drop this tornado warning, because this tornado warning right here, I was about to say Bradley Wallace, come out of your tornado safe place, but they went ahead and did that for me. And it's certainly good news coming from National Weather Service today. So, again, we do have two tornado warnings. Garden City, you guys come out of your tornado safe place. Henry, you guys come out of your tornado safe place as well. Florence, South Shore, and Marvin, you guys need to stay in your safe place. You guys are actually under two tornado warnings, an observed tornado warning being the most significant at this time. This is, again, a law enforcement confirmed tornado, which kind of throws me off a little bit, but we're going to ignore the fact that it threw me for a complete loop, which I will somehow clip. We do have a little bit of tornadic rotation right there. Definitely some tornadic rotation south of Florence right now. And this will be on that south side of Florence, so really once this passes you, Florence, you guys will be able to come out of your tornado safe place. Oh, excuse me. We might be live for the new SPC Day 1 outlook, which you guys will get my raw opinions on. And I will heavily criticize. I've gotten to a point where I'm criticizing for multiple reasons, but that's one of my DMs on Twitter. I had criticized a forecast that the SPC had made. Kind of like, why wasn't there a tornado risk here? They said, well, try forecasting yourself. Well, I made the forecast that day, and there was a tornado risk there. I actually had a 2% there. I had the if storms fire, I think we have strong tornadoes, so I had a 2% hatched. And I sent them that post, and they just started cussing me out. Like, don't criticize the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center until you forecast yourself. Well, I forecast myself sometimes. So that's something to learn too. Alright, so Florence, South Shore, and Marvin, you need to be in your safe place still. Garden City, you, again, I did say a little bit ago, you guys were coming out of your safe place. They have removed that, and they did get the law enforcement confirmed tornado near Dakota Sioux Casino. Definitely a interesting choice. Law enforcement confirmed tornado still. Your tornadic rotation is right here. Let's get in storm track that. Again, South Shore in about 20 minutes or so. Just a little bit less than that here. Where we still do have 2 tornado warnings in effect for this area. Welcome to 7 hours of continuous coverage from us here at the Kelly Rose Weather Center, also known as my bedroom. Shorty my main thing, she my plain Jane, with she going down. Sorry, you guys get the late night shenanigans that are happening. I feel bad for y'all. So you guys still again have two. I want to bring this into view real quick. So this is what we call split view. So I just want to bring this into view really quickly. So I can go through and kind of look. Well, that's a pocket of rotation, possible pocket of rotation. That's a possible pocket of rotation, and that's a possible pocket of rotation. So really only seeing 3 possibilities here for rotation. So certainly good news from these tornado warnings. We're still watching these tornado warnings, so. And we are going to continue to cover them here as we crossed into the 7-hour mark. Let's see. We haven't hit this since at least April. But again, we do have a confirmed tornado, so we do want to focus on that while I search this up. April 14th was the last time we crossed 7 hours. And then the next would be Valentine's Day. I want to perspective here. We haven't covered a hurricane while we are waiting for new data on velocity. Was Hurricane Milton. We're going to be encroaching for 2 years since our last hurricane stream. I do expect them to drop throwing. There you go. There's your rotation on the gust front. This would not surprise me if this tries as it moves close to the south shore. And it's your not typical area for rotation, though. So it's going to catch a couple of people off guard. Kind of developed here in the last few scans, a scan specifically. Summit, you are not under this tornado warning, surprisingly. And it's just to your south. You may have your siren sounding, let's hope not, but you might. So we only have these 2 tornado warnings here, and we have considerable severe thunderstorm warnings going until 2 a.m. Again, it is currently June 10th. So, we are now to 8 severe thunderstorm warnings, 6 of which are considerable. Let's move to our MVX radar here. We've seen some strengthening in this line here, especially on the southern side of North Dakota. So southeastern North Dakota here. And we've seen that strengthening where we do have multiple pockets of 70-mile-per-hour wind potential along this entire line. And your initial wind kind of starts, well, if I wasn't in my black, but I'm going to switch this and quickly switch it back. This starts your wind shift and your wind, strong wind. That is what we call the gust front. It's now flow boundary. It's all of the above. But it does inhibit any tornado risk behind it. See it in the mirror. I don't want this on. So, that's kind of your beginning here of your severe thunderstorms. Yeah. And then we do have, again, those 2 tornado warnings that are active right now. We did see a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust on the Jamestown thing, on the Jamestown mesonet. Moving to our Sioux Falls radar, which is our southern radar, which Aberdeen pretty much is doing a good job with this area. But we are kind of looking at it on FSD as well. Excuse me. How long until we reach Fargo? About an hour. What's the population of Fargo? Okay, we'll kind of watch the storm here and see what we want to do. If we want to continue to just past Fargo or not. And we're going to see storm strength, obviously. If it's going to be very weak, I'm not going to mind leaving it, but so. And this is our only tornado warnings here. We haven't had tornado warnings in a while, and then just about time we were going to end our coverage here, it just started going up. And we had 2 tornado warnings really blow up. I do expect both of these to be canceled relatively soon. I'm going to actually kind of figure this. Rotations have really weakened. South Shore, Florence, and Marvin, you need to stay in your tornado safe places, though. You guys need to stay in your safe places, though. So, we're not paying much attention to these tornado warnings. About the time these expire, we're going to kind of monitor at the situation as it goes into Fargo here. Kind of watch the situation going into Fargo, and then we'll kind of decide whether we want to take full coverage through Fargo or drop coverage in Fargo, or drop coverage prior to Fargo. I am definitely tired, but we can crack another Dr. Pepper if we need to. I'm trying not to, because that will disrupt all of my sleep. But we have options here. We do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And it kind of depends on how fast the winds are in Fargo. I'm going to be in standby mode in case we see something crazy spark up in Fargo either way. So we're going to be on ready to go. But we are going to be watching this. Okay. Worthy away. Is on the way. Oh, life is a journey. Sorry, guys. But we're still watching this area. A very beautiful gust front. So if you're in Fargo, so you can look to your west and Fargo and see it. Going back to our tornado warnings here. Alright, that's worse. We're not looking at these tornado warnings because there's not much rotation in them that really signals to me tornado imminent. Again, we just had law enforcement confirm tornado though. So you still want to be in your shelter even in these tornado warnings. Stockholm. Marvin here. Your phone's going off twice really wasn't a glitch. So I do see a little bit of rotation right there. Definitely very weak though, so I do expect the tornado reported tag to be dropped shortly. Yes, again, get the night shenanigans. We did have a 68 mile per hour wind gust. We just had a new one here. Personal weather station just south of Badger reported 68. So I wouldn't be surprised if Ivanhoe, you get a considerable severe thunderstorm warning upgrade, and that is our first time touching Minnesota. Actually, second. This one's the first, technically. What a little bit is, what a little bit that. We're gonna be off. We're gonna be off. We're gonna be off. We're gonna be off. What a little bit of cash. What a little bit of this. What a little bit of that. Let's get on. So we'll take a look at that storm here on the FSD radar. Which we're also going to lose this radar shortly. Probably. Well, there's not really anything else until you get close to Redwood County. We're actually in Redwood County, so they choose to keep the. I am highly surprised at this. The tornado warning does remain in effect for 7 minutes. It is very broad. Again, very broad rotation here. Definitely not going to be on the ground at this time. That doesn't mean it won't tighten up pretty quick. So, again, definitely not on the ground at that time. So you're going to want to treat it as if, because it can tighten up really quickly, and when it tightens up, there you go, there's that new, Florence, you guys come out here trying to stay place. South Shore, Marvin, and Twin Brooks, you need to stay in your safe place. Here. We are going to stay live. to get the new SPC Day 1. But other than that, these tornado warnings expire in 5 minutes. Heck yes, that's really good. And they did, Webster, Clark, you guys are no longer under that considerable severe thunderstorm warning as well. I have really high confidence to drop the confirmed tag, but I'm not going to because the National Weather Service again has that. Unless I could visually confirm that it's not confirmed. I don't usually do that. So again, we're just waiting on to see what these tornado warnings do, and the kind of what the National Weather Service does here for Fargo, kind of how they move forward with the Fargo, if they continue it or if they kind of not let it be severe. That's going to be interesting. Again, I do expect these tornado warnings to be dropped at their expiration time in 4 minutes and 3 minutes, 30 seconds technically. Tired. And so we're watching this near South Shore. It's going to stay to your west, but I do think they dropped the tornado warning. They may surprise me. Again, I am not a meteorologist. I have been tracking severe storms on YouTube since 2021. I definitely don't want to see those older videos because those were horrible. I was a squeaker back then. And I've been tracking weather since I was 6. I really started getting into it when I was like 10, 12. When I really started doing analysis like this almost, using a $10 weather app called RadarScope. Now that I'm here, going to college, not for meteorology yet, but we should be doing that about this time next year. Where did we get hit? So again, I do expect these tornado warnings to expire at the top of the hour. Not at the top of the hour, but at their expiration time in 2 minutes. Less than 2 minutes now. And again, we're starting to drop our considerable tags here down to regulars. So we are now at 2 considerable severe thunderstorm warnings, and 1 is about to expire here. So with that being expired, I will definitely be ending. So again, 1 minute and 15 seconds on these tornado warnings here. We're going to see if they do continue them. They should not, because there is a gust front. There is not going to be a tornado there. There is not. I don't care. We're going to go ahead and drop the tornado warning tags here, and because once you're behind that, your tornado threat's done. So kind of been or if it's on that leading edge of that, but there's also nothing rotating there. So let's move up to MVX radar here on Grand Forks, kind of monitoring. And the storm is weakening considerably going towards Fargo. So with that in mind, we will probably end about 1 a.m. unless another tornado warning or something gets issued. And just with that right there, your tornado warnings have expired. Along with that, so again, that's it. We are now at one considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I kind of expect that to be dropped as well. We are now kind of only live for the SPC Day 1 outlook, which will be coming out pretty soon. In the back of my head, there's something haunting. I know it wants me to know. And, excuse me, 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. And that's 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. With this last considerable here, which we have that new base severe thunderstorm warning for Madison and Canby near Montevideo. So again, certainly good news there that we're starting to wind down with this here. So alright, let's go back to our Sioux Falls radar here down on the southern portion where we are seeing some wind gusts high, but they have weakened below severe limit, not severe limits. A new flash flood warning for Indiana, Bartholomew, Decatur, and Shelby counties. It's not going to be dropping our EAS off. So now I am just waiting kind of for the SPC Day 1 outlook for you guys. We're going to go over that really quickly. Look again. Yeah, even if you look again. So pretty much canceling that whole entire tornado watch where there was not a single tornado warning in. Our tornado warnings for north of Watertown. Only a couple counties to the north in the tornado watch would have actually perspired, but thankfully it didn't. Alright, let's move back up to our Grand Forks radar. We do have this new severe thunderstorm warning, that, not new, but dropped from considerable. So we have this base severe thunderstorm warning here. And this base severe thunderstorm warning, regular severe thunderstorm warning, goes for the next 26 minutes until 1:15 a.m. Central Daylight Time. And the walls caved in. And so another worth chasing. So kind of going back to our considerable severe thunderstorm warning, we do have area here that near Sisseton that we are kind of watching really closely for some strong winds. Again, nothing too crazy at this time. Same old. So again, we are just waiting on that SPC Day 1 outlook again. If you guys have any questions, drop them for me in the comments and live chat, and I will read them. So 7 hours of coverage. So this is our only really severe patch as it comes close to Fargo and Sisseton. That's where we are seeing so we're just waiting on again that last, and it has come through as an enhanced risk, so we're just gonna wait on it on weatherfront. Again, it has finally come through on the SPC IEM. So probably around 10 minutes we'll be able to view it for you guys. One of the perks about having a radar scope is you can view it just like that. But it's actually not loading, which is terrifying. In here. Again, I did expect them to keep the enhanced risk. We also get day 2. Oh, that was day 2. Oh, I thought that was day 1. Day 2 just came out. We'll take a look at day 2 when it comes fully through. So again, day 2 just came out. So that there may be a moderate risk today. I'm definitely saying that in the potentials. I should read it. It says day 2 convective outlook. Well, it was day 1, even though it's like literally not the same. Well, it is technically the same areas. So, excuse me. I have no word on the SPC day 2. Over there, yeah. I can also still view it. It doesn't matter. They have a 10 hatch tornado risk as well for day 2, so we're going to take a look at that again when that comes available to us. So they're probably going to have to resend out day 2. I'm kind of excited on day 3, to be honest. So, I do expect them to downgrade this warning too to a base severe thunderstorm warning. And that new day 1 hasn't loaded in yet. And there you go. They are going to let the base go. They are going to let the considerable severe thunderstorm warning go and tag it in with a base severe thunderstorm warning. So that is certainly good news coming from these storms. If we don't have the SPC day 1 outlook by about 10-15 minutes from now, we're definitely ending. Because we are now actually at 7 hours and 40 minutes live. I'm tired. Of course, the SPC site's gonna not load. Is it on weatherfront? I don't think it is, but So we're just, again, waiting here. I at least want the day 1 to come through. I don't care about day 2. So, again, this is your final considerable severe thunderstorm warning. They have Thursday as a 10% tornado risk and a 45% wind risk, which wouldn't surprise me if got upgraded. Possibly that tornado risk as well. I should have probably checked what I kind of wanted to check with that. Outlooks. It kind of puts me in that slight risk. Is it going to be worth chasing? I don't know. That's, well, we're going to find out eventually. Again, we are going to see the base. We are going to see the considerable severe thunderstorm warning drop here. I'm mostly staying around for the day 1 to kind of see if my suspicions are correct. I have some sharp pain in my ear though. Again, waiting on that new day 1 risk is fun. So again, if you guys have any questions, let me know and I'll be answering them while we await this considerable severe thunderstorm warning's removal from existence. We're actually going to bring this. So we have yet to get the new day 2. Nor the day 1. Which definitely sucks. Again, good news. We're about to see the last considerable severe thunderstorm warning here of this stream expire. So that's going to be certainly good news. It expires in 1 minute. Less than a minute now. So we are at less than a minute here for our expiration here. And we're going to watch it live here for you guys. You guys get to watch it as well as I do. Here it goes. There it is. We are no longer considerable for a first time in a very long time. And now we await the SPC Day 1 outlook here as the storm moves through Fargo. Let's kind of zoom down to this here. We also aren't seeing the day 2 outlook loading. Typical SPC. And it's just typical Storm Prediction Center, if I'm being honest. We really just did this? No. It hadn't registered that it left yet. Day 1 finally came out, by the way. Kind of excited to see what it brings here. If we go enhanced or moderate. I have a feeling it goes moderate for damaging wind. So we did get that new SPC update. We're just waiting for it to show on website. Also waiting for day 2, but that ain't never gonna happen. Well, that came through. They keep it enhanced. Reasonable to keep that enhanced. I'm sorry, but that is highly reasonable. They do have the wind at 30 and the tornado risk as well at 10, which we're gonna wait to show on stream for you guys. Been low, ain't no yes, I've been low, oh no. Storm Prediction Center finally working here. She got long hair, all strong, yeah. I wanna turn on clear. We have yet to get that new day 1 on the weather front, so we're gonna wait for that. The guy here, and the guy here. And that is all we wait on here. I also have the day 2 stuff loading in finally. So now that's all we really wait on for the stream to end, by the way. It takes it a while for the SPC site to really show it. But we finally have the outlook. Yeah. Alright, new day 1 is finally loaded in. Let's try to get it on weather front really quickly. Might not bring in on weather front, so I might use weatherwise. Day 2 also finally came in. I am barely outside the... I am a wind risk. That is sad. to give that about 3 minutes here, and then we're going to just use weather-wise, which I think has already loaded it in. Nope. That has not. I might be about to use the SPC website. I don't want to do that, but we're going to give it till 10. That way we'll be live just over 8 hours. 8 hours too long. Excuse me. We're just waiting on the new day one to load on one of the bigger apps. So yeah, we're going to give it 5 minutes, or we're just going to use the SPC site. Again, our last couple of severe thunderstorm warnings here, moving into Fargo though. We're just checking it every 2 minutes or so. Okay, there we go. We got it. Okay, here we go. Here's the new SPC Day 1 here. This does include Kansas City, Davenport, Chicago, Milwaukee, Appleton, and Minneapolis, near Des Moines. This is driven by multiple things here. Wind. We do have a 30% SIG 1 wind risk. I would not be surprised if we see a SIG 2 kind of introduced between Davenport, Milwaukee, and Chicago area. That really wouldn't surprise me. I don't think we'll go moderate, but, you know, potential. And then our hail risk here. Okay, I want to see that. And then our hail risk extends all the way down into Kansas City, Des Moines, Davenport areas here. And that's fed with a SIG 1 extending from Canada all the way down to Oklahoma. Oklahoma, you have a wind risk. And then your tornado risk again, 10% hatch in this area, Davenport, Cedar Rapids, Dubuque, Madison, near Milwaukee. Alright, moving to our day 2 risk, which is another area here, another enhanced risk of possible stream. Again, a very possible stream here. 10% SIG 1 wind risk. For Milwaukee, Chicago, and Davenport, close to Des Moines here. And then a 5 for Kansas City, Detroit, Omaha, and Appleton. With your wind here for Thursday being at 45, and I do expect a moderate risk upgrade in the near future for this. For Chicago, Davenport, and Milwaukee for your wind. And this does include all the way to Texas as well, and then Pittsburgh, New York, Washington, Roanoke, and Virginia Beach in that 15. And then New York, you're in a 15% hail risk. And if you are between Kansas City, Oklahoma City, Springfield, St. Louis, Omaha, Des Moines, Davenport, Chicago, Milwaukee, Appleton, Detroit, you are in a 15 hail risk. But if you're in Omaha, Kansas City, Davenport, Chicago, Milwaukee, Des Moines, you are in a SIG 1, so 2-inch or greater hail. Alright guys, thank you guys for tuning in. We have hit close to 8 hours. I don't want to go any longer than this. Thank you guys for tuning in. Let's go and take one last look at radar. We do have a couple severe storms in this area, but nothing too insane. 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe 1-inch hail at times, but highly unlikely. Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for trusting me with your weather information. And I will see you guys later tonight, later today. Peace out. Ooh, ooh.